Welcome everyone to our fifth annual Tennessee Poets Day, a celebration of National Poetry Month by poets from the neighborhood. Wow. By the grace of God, we have made it, survived a historic year 2020, made it to 2021, which has brought with it much hope in every front. Though we had to cancel last Tennessee Poets Day 2020 at the last moment due to pandemic, here we are. And I am thankful for the grace of Almighty, for all His creations, nature, and people He blessed us with, who inspire each of us to see the beauty, the good, even in dire situations. To write a poem, read a poem, and share a poem. And I'm thankful for all the technology that has made it possible for us to bring this day of poetry event virtually, and which helped us keep connected, inspiring each other through open mic poetry and featured poets program, whatever way we could find to come together and enjoy poetry. The phones and the Zoom, all that helped us. And I'm thankful for the our WCTV team, without whose help we couldn't have brought this event together. And they have worked with much sincerity and enthusiasm, and God bless them for it. And so here we are with the whole day of poetry events, which includes open mic poetry by local poets, and we have featured poets from all around the country, and even from Ireland. Imelda Maguire is from Ireland, and we have Michael Foran from Massachusetts, Annick Taylor from New York, and our own Louis Cullen, and Jeff Hardin, and Corey Wells, all from Tennessee. So relax and enjoy this day. And again, thank you all. Without other poets, poet enthusiasts, and our family and friends and neighbors, we couldn't have made it through this very challenging year. And thank you all from the bottom of my heart. And now I'm letting the mayor take the podium, and Mayor Rogers Anderson has been very supportive and very enthusiastic about about our program. Every year he generously gives his time, and he's a number one poet enthusiast for me. He loves poetry, and it's very inspiring, and it's awesome to talk to him. He's here he is, and thank you. God bless.
Welcome. I'm Rogers Anderson, and this is our 5th annual Tennessee Poets Day. Well, you could tell by the mask that I just took off. It's virtual, like so many other things. It's been celebrated in April, which is National Poetry Month. But we've kind of had to move things around, like so many other things. I do want to mention 4 or 5 things that are special events that we're still trying to do. One is our annual Poet Recognitions Awards that will be held. A talk with the craft of poetry. You know, there are so many people that are good readers, good writers, and then there are people that can intertwine all of that and create poetry. And so we'll be having a talk about the craft of poetry. And then, of course, poetry readings. They're always so important that Vera and all of the team do every year. In fact, a little later in this segment, I'm going to read a special poem. And then we have a special Lifetime Excellence in Poetry Award for Louise Collin, I believe is the last name of the way it's pronounced. So we're excited about that. Poetry has always meant so much to me. Growing up as a boy, I guess I got my first involvement with poetry with the Bible. So many things in the Bible are poetry in nature, and of course, growing up when I was a young boy, there wasn't a lot of democracy about reading, and mom specifically wanted us to read out loud, and so we didn't have a lot of books like the boys and girls do today, but the Bible was always around the house. With that being said, I would like to read a poem that I think is appropriate for this time of year. It's written by Kelly Strong, and Kelly wrote a poem that's called Freedom Isn't Free. The actual taping of this is around the National Vietnam Day, which is at the end of March every year, and it's a day of national recognition for all of our Vietnam veterans. By the time you see this and hear this, we'll be right on top of Memorial Day. So I chose a poem that to me is more military in scope, but it sends a message to all of us. So I hope you will enjoy this as I try to pay tribute by this poem called Freedom Isn't Free by Kelly Strong. I watched the flags pass by one day. It fluttered in the breeze. A young Marine saluted it, and then he stood at ease. I looked at him in the uniform, so young, so tall, so proud, with hair cut square and the eyes alert. He'd stand out in any crowd. I thought, how many men like him have fallen through the years? How many died on foreign soils? How many mothers' tears? How many pilots' planes shot down? How many died at sea? How many foxholes were soldiers' grave? No, freedom is not free. I heard the sound of taps one night when everything was still. I listened to the bugler play and felt a sudden chill. I wondered how many times that taps has meant amen when a flag has draped a coffin of a brother or your friend. I thought of all the children, of all the mothers and the wives, of fathers, sons, and husbands with interrupted lives. I thought about a graveyard at the bottom of the sea, of unmarked graves in Arlington. No, freedom is not free. Thank you for letting me read that. Me being a veteran, a Vietnam veteran, poems of freedom and military have taken on a special meaning, and I hope it does for you today. Finally, I want to say thanks to Vera. We mentioned her earlier and her involvement in the Williamson County Public Library and what she does every year for this event. And although it doesn't have the largest attendance with people in scope, and particularly this year, her heart, her enthusiasm, and her love for poetry and the word, to get that word out, is infectious. So thank you, Vera, for that.
Let me formally introduce Louise. Louis Collin is one of our local Franklin poets, and she's been part of the poets and writers community in Franklin for a very long time before I came up into the scene around 2008. Well, they have been already here for maybe 20 some years, I don't know. And she and Louise and Sally Lee, Nancy Fletcher Blum, they were kind of the leaders organizing things. Louise is very witty, and her poems are very youthful, and you'll be enjoying her poems, I'm sure. And she has published 7 books, including a collection of short stories. And then there's one about Mary. What's the title, Louise? There's one about Mary. And
Your book about Mary.
What?
Your book about Mary. It's Mary.
Oh, okay.
Mary, Mother of Christ.
yeah. And then her poetry and short stories have been published in anthologies and national magazines. She is a host on Poets from the Neighborhood. And she has been since we started in 2013, and she's one of the original poets involved in starting Poets from the Neighborhood. And I think she and George Spain were the first ones to host the show. She lives in Franklin, where natural beauty and history encourages her interest in people and appreciation of the world. So she is the one who has received the Lifetime Achievement Award from Poets from the Neighborhood in 2021. This is presented at the 5th Annual Tennessee Poets Day.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Vera.
Yeah, you are a treasure, and we love you and we appreciate you. And we were going to do that last year, but we had to cancel the whole thing. So I couldn't wait to present it to you. So I'm glad we are able to do that this year. And the only other person who got this award is Sally. She got the first one in 2017. So let's and you were born in Missouri, is that right, Louise?
Yes.
You were born in Illinois, right?
Yes, I was born in Illinois. I left fairly young and lived in several different places. The last place before I came to happy Tennessee was Missouri,
Okay.
where I raised my family. And I've been in Tennessee for so long that I feel like I'm a native, except I understand you have to be born here to be a native.
Yeah.
So I'm almost a native. I've been here about 27 more years than 20.
Yeah. So yeah, that goes for me too, I guess. For many of us. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and start, Louis. We can't wait to hear you read.
Well, I thank you very much, Vera, for the award. And I do want to say that I accept this award in memory of Sally Lee and Nancy Fletcher Bloom.
Yeah.
Sally Lee was the basic original person who this, and so it's good.
Exactly.
So, but thank you. I love this idea. This is great.
Yeah, thank you, and I can't forget our first meeting about Tennessee Poets Day. When I was thinking about it and came to you and Nancy, we met at Chop House and had a meeting about it.
Okay, this is great. Okay, I am ready to start reading to you, and I'm going to start reading at a question that I think all we poetry writers ask ourselves. Did I write a poem? Was it a real poem? So I'm going to read, I may have written a poem. I may have written a poem. I may have dug deep into my soul and found chunks of wisdom to fling at you. I may have hung white linens on a line to guide you home, or I may have made a pasted ball of waste to words to throw for the dog to read. So we never really know, I think, exactly what we have written, but we hope to write the best. So we have that. So what I'm going to do is just wander through my book, which is Time Removed. And I do thank Jerry Henderson for coming up with this title. He thought he was going to use it for something of his own, but I explained to him that I needed it, so he couldn't use it. I needed to use it to have it. So the second thing that I'm going to read is last year at Roaring River. And this is a poem about the last days of my husband when we went to a park that we like to visit. And these two, one slowed by bitter nature, one who chose to wait, acknowledged mountaintops beyond their reach. So walk the valley, rest often, watch ripples in the stream till eyes track shadows in the depths. Reflecting darkness on the mountain rim, in walnut shades he lays against the sky, lay bets on which fall first, a leaf or nut. Do not say this last time, both know. Okay. One day I had my TV on, it was on email, and George Spain and a bunch of his friends were having a big argument because there was something vicious going on at the time. So I wrote this poem, The Christ of the Bloody Fields. He walks across the battle detritus, picks up a child's doll and puts it in his pocket. It will surprise her in heaven. And a child's foot softly cuddled in a mother's hand just an hour ago. He carries to the body, split, nestled closely in her dead arms. He lets his bare feet feel sharp edges and bleeds again. That one I really don't like. I don't like that, the fact that I had to write it, but I really needed to write it. And so this one is a little bit better as far as comforting for you. It's called Promises. If I can find my comfort place within your loving arms, I'll wrap me up and rest. I will consider Granny's garden, how she hoed and raked the ground, planted straight by strings and stakes in rows from north to south, peas, cabbages, cucumbers, potato eyes buried in the old of the moon, 4 corn kernels in each covered hill, and beside her country road, 2 rows of yellow daisies. Then we'll plant our soft-leaved milkweed cross-curved about our grotto and watch each pinstripe caterpillar wrap his secret inner core, wait there in its cave of life, trembling, surprised, is getting wings. I have always enjoyed caterpillars in spite of the fact that they are very pretty, but I know what they're going to be, and they just go around being what they are at the time. This is April, which is almost picnic time. And I'm going to read you a poem about a upcountry Carolina homecoming. I went down to Carolina with Nancy and discovered that Carolina people all talk at once, and they always know what each person is saying, even though they're always, everybody's talking at the same time. So I got the inspiration to write about them really having a good time. So cousins kissing, talk and listen on parallel tiers in acapella roundelay, matching syllable to syllable. They sew words lightly, sew warming pieces of patchwork quilts, stitched together with hugs. They discuss ancestors as part of their present lives. Great-granddaddy met great-grandmama at Seneca in 1904. They dissect Doors sepia pictures for forehead and lips, lay fingers across chins and noses. See that mouth? That's James. There's great-granddaddy for sure, there in Tommy's eyes. Conversation boils like creeping crusts of mountains, rivers. Tongues curl richly around native names. Tugelo, Tocoa, Wakula, Walhalla, Nantahala, Swananoa, Takasiki, Kiwi. Crooning tones blend with shade treat music of top guitar, banjo, fiddle, clicking spoons, and clogging feet on squares of wood. Sweet dulcimer sing above the feathery, losing my glasses, above the feathery squeals of playing children, mothers smile. Honey, just mask that light for me. My glasses are going off. Honey, just mask that light for me. Of course, there's grandma. Oh, she had to go make a brunch. Never mind, you could put more rich crackers in that macaroni and cheese pie. There, don't that smell good though? kitchen smells, biscuits, chickens, ham, barbecue swirl out to gladden noses, braiding and unbraiding with scents of hibiscus, gardenias, purple thrift, roses, creamy lilies. Old horseshoe pitchers under the chinaberry tree pause and think eagerly of the feast to come after the blessing. They laugh about their long childhood wait for the old-timey preacher to bless the children, bless the green grass, bless the blue sky, bless the cooling food to our hungry bodies. The old men bless the young minister who sends God a short email instead of an epistle. They speak briefly with lowered lids of emotional blessings of children, of wives. That grandson of mine is a prize, all right. Then they pick up horseshoes again, looking kindly at the one who stands in silence, remembering grief. Half focused on target stakes, leaners, ringers, they listen for the signal to break bread together with kinfolks. Savor already respect due and given to the elders of the clan there at the long table. Upcountry Carolinians are huggers, touchers, givers, dancers, singers, fighters, drinkers, hunters, tellers of stories, lovers of God and guns, children and country, of women and fierce freedom-fighting men, and time-misted Scots tartans, yesterday's gray homespun and today's camouflage, upcountry Carolinians, are people-minded, mountain-minded, beloved. And there I cried. Thank you. Birth of a poem. This is simply how words love to get together, like people do, and get a poem going. Perhaps there is a page, a luminous page, vellum, thick, the richest ivory vellum, a page so lustrous it puts words from out the air like sticky flat paper hanging in a window of a country store deep in the mountains. Holding the restless words against their struggles until they fly free to tumble and somersault through the sky, mating like birds to create their own new message. Sent drifting down, they twinkle and flutter around a unique person who happens to be sitting alone when they whirl by. They stop and turn again until they rest its lines on a page on richest vellum, and they become a poem. And the poet sometimes wonders, where did that come from? There was a thought, and then words gathered around the thought, and they seem to be coming together on their own, saying what the poet wants to say, but coming together by themselves without any help from anything. Then the poet thinks, look what I did. and
Yeah.
never says that out loud, but thinks, look what I did. I did a poem.
Yeah.
If love were wine, I would serve you wine created of grapes gathered of fruit, vines that grow where gods have walked, stirring the soil with steps of their golden feet. I would serve you dressed in shimmering mist, holding a chalice to your in my curved hand, a crystal bowl so thin it shatters after your last swallow, to send a spray high toward heaven. It's not a real long one, but it's longer than most of mine are pretty short. And I have no idea what inspired me to write it except love for God, love for heaven, and just generally love for people. Okay, a love letter from here. There was a time when love filled my days, my mountains, my nights, my air, my spirit, my soul, the beats of my heart. I would never go from you, but your love frightened me. Perhaps mine wearied you. I have tried past time to hold love, not knowing. Are you there to be loved from here? It is 167 steps to the altar to take communion, to accept the blood of Christ shed for me. Is it the same as the altar where I laid the life I lived? The nights move on dark dreams. They tell of time spinning itself out without recompense, only loss of a voice that held comfort or prayer. Both saved in a secret joy now lost. The dark shadow of wide wings moves across the earth. Will its wings deliver? Will you accept? A love letter from here. Letter. I have moved my book, and Claire has moved the machine, so perhaps I can read a little better. Let me get to this. When the god plays, Venus and Aphrodite battled through my night as I slept and dreamed. They touched my thigh with lucid hands and broke my bones. At dawn, they know that they are one. Snake wound, they return to their ancient sea. And as they lived with twining arms, they tore the pillars from my mind, wrapped me in the luring gaze of Bacchus's beautiful eyes. And that was a poem that you read just before having a nice glass of wine. I want to take a minute, Vera, if it's okay, to tell people a little bit about the beginning of the Poetry in the Neighborhood.
Yeah, sure. You can. Yeah, I would love you to talk about Sally, Nancy. You know everybody that I miss them so much. So, and I
Okay.
haven't seen George Spain in a while.
Um, it will. I'll read a few more poems and then I will talk about it, and that will to take us away from the poetry for a little while.
Yeah, and uh, read us some love poems that you did.
Okay. You came back today. No questions now of where or why or where you stay. And I won't say what trails I took to ease my loss, nor name the waters that slipped like silk or bucked and banged beneath the bridges I walked across while you were gone. This is some people who live down on to the lake, Center Hill Lake. And they occasionally let me come to visit them with Claire and Mike. And I wrote a poem about them because one evening we had a fire pit going, and it was absolutely lovely being out in the dark and being on the side of the edge of the mountain, and just totally wonderful. So I wrote Evening at Fox Hollow Inn. Come to the fire pit made round with fitted stones. Look to the stars dripping light. See the constellations move over the sky. Out on the mountain, just at the edge of our yard, a coyote howls, and two more answer from the mountain top. A deer is trapped between them. It may be just a fawn. They sing the merciless songs of nature. The mountain was told when it was created out of ancient rocks and soil pressed high toward the sky. Trees and vines hide the coyote, deer, turkey, skunk, possum, rabbit, snakes, owls, squirrels, redbirds, and a hand-built stone fence that is all that is left of the home of pioneers of unknown names who lived in the valley below us. The bees in our hives are sleeping. Come closer to the fire. The wind is chill cooling. Watch the faint light tracing the mountaintop, promising tomorrow. And spend a lot more time outside enjoying the fire and the memories that it brings, which we totally enjoy.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
I had a friend some time ago who died, but she was a person who you remember for many, many years. And I wrote about her, Laura, after dying. By now, she has explained to St. Paul where he went wrong in denigrating women. She will do it lovingly. I heard her say once that Jesus came to teach us how to live, not how to die. She has thanked him now, knowing he came for both. Having spoken to a few soul companions, she has started a conversation with St. John of Patmos Island that will last for several hundred years. Shall I talk about poets from the neighborhood now?
Yeah, sure. Are you done reading or you want to read a little more after? Yeah, you can.
I wanted to tell you a little bit, since Poets from the Neighborhood is sponsoring this and we are all interested in what they do, a little bit about the start of it. And the name Sally Lee still stays around. And it's Sally Lee and I went into the station, the TV station, for an interview. And Sally made such an impression on the station manager that he called her back a couple of times for a couple more interviews. And Sally, who always thought about her friends and what she could do to help her writing friends to get a little more publicity, a little more attention, thought, why is that if we are becoming so close now to this supervisor, let's talk to him about having some poetry read on his station. And the supervisor thought that was a really good idea.
That's
So
Newt Danley. Newt Danley. What's his name?
Newt,
What?
Newt Danley.
Yes.
Newt. Yes, that was Newt. Thank you. I'm learning to forget names.
Yeah.
But she and you got together, and then several of us started sending out requests for poetry to be sent to us, and collecting our own poetry, and deciding when we're going to read and when it's going to go on the air. And we got all ready. We had our poetry, we had everything. And Sally, you know how Sally can look at you? Sally looked at me and said, Louise, you'll read first. And I said, yes, ma'am. And I asked George Payne to read with me. And we read for several sessions. And then other people started saying, we want to read too. And we've never had any trouble and getting people to read or getting people to send in poems. And it's just been going on now for many years. I don't remember exactly when we started, but it's been going
Yeah,
on for many years.
yeah, it
And
started
then
2013 October. I think you and George Spain read, and then uh, uh, I read, and uh, Victoria Closey read. Yeah, then
I
they
don't
asked me to
remember.
come on and read also. So that, yeah,
And then Sally started having a little trouble. And we suddenly, we had you reading,
yeah,
and then you took over so much of the work that
yeah, because
we all kind of leaned back and said, well, we'll just relax now and let Vera do it. And
yeah,
it worked. That worked.
a lot of work coordinating and collecting, and so I think that's why Sally was like, "Yeah, you're doing a great job." Yeah, and it's like uh, wonderful. Uh, so
But it
I was like trying to help because it's her baby. I don't want it to be like fail. So we had to like so still
it was good. It was good that even the virus didn't stop us. You are still doing it from your homes, and it comes together so beautifully that I enjoy seeing it. And I think it's great that we've still got it going, and we can't let it die just because we've got a little trouble now. So we're just doing this good. And I enjoy telling people about how it started. I love the way Sally just said, Louise, you, not will you read first, you will read first. So it did work really, really, really well.
yeah,
Um,
Sally is a force, and yeah, she always you know very forward and has vision and been a mentor for a lot of people. And Louise, she always told me, Louise is my mentor.
yes.
She always told me that. I was like, geez,
Yeah.
because Sally is my mentor. So I have way too more respect and love for you because you are mentor for Sally. And
But Sally herself never actually read because she didn't want to read, but she did really get us going, and we just appreciate. And I appreciate the fact that you keep Sally's name still going on there.
yeah, because without Sally, it wouldn't have existed. Um, So Sally kept telling me, Vera, it's you doing it. I don't have to have my name. I said, no, it's your idea,
Mhm.
your vision, you started without, I can't take that name out because that's, I won't be happy. Like it is, that's what keep me going. Like it's Sally's, so that is the force behind my inspiration. So that, Creed and Heather, they are so nice. So they are like, yeah. And then finally I told her, remember, like, we met at the Wednesday poetry group, and Carol Ermey's place, and Sally was there. And then I told her, oh, Sally, I'll put emeritus executive producer. She said, oh, she actually liked it. She said, oh, wow, that sounds awesome, like emeritus, Professor Emeritus. So she loved it. So we said, okay, so that's okay.
And I'm still telling people, yes, I will not give you the email because I always mess it up. But I will hunt it up for you and give it to you. And we still have people sending in poems, and it's still working. It's just working beautifully. I hope it keeps going for years and years and years.
Yeah, and
This
who David Stewart, you remember him? He used to come to Victoria's open mic.
mhm,
Then recently, when I started open mic, he was coming because everyone is working from home. So
mhm,
that was nice. He said, "Oh, you are still doing this." I was happy to find out, and then but
mhm.
he's consulting or something. So when he had time, he came a few times. That was nice. Uh,
And if we, the poets in the neighborhood, didn't work totally with them, but we worked together with Victoria's meetings at the bookstore.
yeah,
And we were so close to what each are doing. There, we just read to each other and totally enjoy it. And can't do that anymore, but we will again.
yeah. That's where I come to know more poets at the that open mic with Victoria, and then Sally had a critique group going for a long time that you guys did, right?
Hmm.
Critique group of what's that called? Williamson County uh, critique group, writers critique group, something like that, right? And that was going for a long time, and Sally was leading that. So that's how uh, Sally invited me to that, because one time I read on the Tennessee Poet readout. There's a day that I think 17th. So you and Nancy and Sally had been organizing that day, and I saw that on the newspaper on the library ad. So I went to read because I was writing poetry to get, my about my mom, and that was my inspiration to write poetry. So I wanted to, she died in April, so I wanted to go and read. So I had to push myself to read because I didn't know anybody there. So I went and read because my mom always pushed me to read poetry and participate in oratorical contest, and I have won some. If she didn't push me, I wouldn't have. So this one I had to do that for her, and I did that. And while I was reading, I was seeing Louise and Nancy was like listening and shaking her head, and I was like, wow, they're actually paying attention and responding, and that was nice. So then when I was leaving, somebody came and hugged me, and that was Sally. She said, "Oh, you got some rhythm and rhyme going. You need to keep writing. Come to our critique group." So that was, after that, that's history. So I had been going, and so every time when I go, I had to have a poem. So I would write, and then I was like, maybe this time she will be critical on me. And surprisingly, she wasn't. Always she kept me for last. She always said I'm lifting up my reading.
That's good.
Yeah, she always kept me. Let's keep her last so we can go home happily. Remember? Yeah. So that's
Okay,
nice.
I have a poem now that I wrote a long time ago,
Okay, good, great.
and it's called Silence. If I can find a silence in my soul, a soft retreat beyond this angry press of twinkling cymbals, I'll remold me whole. I'll build a bulwark from this listlessness and learn again to care if one weak child in Africa must beg for bread and die. Again, the brave and anachronistic wild last fight in China Square will make me cry. But I am filled with bright and noisy shards of sound and sight. They dull my empathy. No screams but mine crash through this shroud which guards my soul and sends the self, kills the self I want to be. I waste my days at all unless I find a silent place to clarify my mind. I wrote that back when I was living in Missouri and all these things were happening, and I really wanted to. Okay, my oldest son died a fairly long death of cancer,
He was a
and
doctor, was he? He was a doctor, was he?
he was a doctor. Yes, he was. And he did not live what I wrote in this poem, but I'm sure he would have preferred to have done it this way. So I wrote it for him. Michael Searching. When they said 6 months to a year, he bought a red convertible and drove too fast down closed country roads with the top down, even in the rain. He went to concerts and lived the music all night long, letting it wrestle with him and dislocate his thigh bone. When they said 6 months, perhaps he went to live in the mountains with someone whose name he didn't speak, even when he searched muscles needed help and he was carried beyond the trail. He found an old friend, spent a night of love, and didn't say goodbye. When they said 3 months, he went to live in the woods by a stream that braided over sharp white rocks. He skipped smooth stones across the water, even when it snowed. He built a rounded icon to search it, watch it melt. He didn't take his body in for the last evaluation, ignoring the carefully worded requests. All year he called God out. God met him by the first windflowers. Michael, I'm sure, would have preferred to have lived that. And so I wrote it for him.
That's a wonderful poem.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. And you did nursing, right? As
Mhm.
professional. Yes.
And this one, Sally Lee, as soon as she saw it, said she wanted it read at her funeral. And all the years between the first time she saw it and the time of her death, she never changed, and it was read at her funeral. The name of it is Let the Children Play. Let the children play above my body. Let them hunt Easter eggs and throw snowballs. And let the grown-ups eat pulled pork sandwiches and potato salad on Decoration Day. And in the fall, when they meet to clean the graveyard, let the grass grow above me, tall enough to move in the wind. And sometimes on moonlit nights, let lovers come alone to walk and kiss and love and plan a future. Pile wildflowers on my grave and let them stay there, fading, until they decay and drift into the ground to scent my bones.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very
Sally was quite a person.
yes.
She
That's
was.
that poem just her. You know how.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, that's wonderful. That's awesome. I'm so happy that we were able to have you come on and read. I have been trying to find out whether we can get you on Zoom.
Thanks.
And
Thanks for all the work
yeah,
you
you
do.
inspire us. So you know, we want you
Okay.
uh, for a long, long time. And uh, you are such an inspiration. And thank you.
All
So
right, thanks, Vera.
Bye-bye.
bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you, Claire.
Bricks. Sturdy, heavy, hard, smooth, rough, narrow, wide, ignored as ordinary, yet formed with ancient skills. Bricks offer security without aggression. White to black, rose to cream to gray, touches of purple, magenta, vermilion. The history and moods of Earth are revealed by their presence. Used for strength, yet brittle, bricks shed chips when tumbled, but last centuries stacked tightly. They stand steady, offer the pleasures of Earth, a sense of time, rarely intrude, simply wait for the observer's eye.
This is our Poets from the Neighborhoods monthly featured poet series, March featured poet, Annick Sarah Taylor from New York. Annick Taylor holds a poetry MFA from Drew University, a diploma, the Sorbonne, a painting BFA, and drawing MFA. She had endless, so I had to like condense it. And her poetry has appeared in Rattle, Stillwater Review, the National Poetry Magazine of the Lower East Side, and many more. Her poetry book, Where Space Bends, was published in May 2020 with Finishing Line Press. She co-authored works for HBO, Scholastic, Simon & Schuster, and a 3-act play performed by Playwrights Horizons and Williamstown Theatre Festival. Wow. She teaches and taught creative writing for Benedictine Hospital's Oncology Support Program, Bard LLI, and Writers in the Mountains. This is the very condensed version. And she has a website, so you can check her out there. The podium is yours, Annick.
Vera, thank you so much for doing this. It's really wonderful, and I'm really, really happy to be here. And I'm so touched that all of you are here. So, my first poem is called Plum Island. Plum Island is the first poem in my book, Where Space Bends, and you can read more about the book on my website, which is Unique Sarah Taylor. I grew up in at the tiny edge of our neighbor's estate, which was 100 acres of deep woods in Connecticut, and it connected with 1,000-acre park forest. And we lived a few towns south of Lyme, Connecticut. This was decades before Lyme disease was identified or named, and I developed chronic Lyme, which it sometimes shows up in my vocal cords. So this is an official disclaimer if there's graininess or hesitations. But Plum Island is about the source of Lyme disease based on extensive research. And the poem was nominated for a Pushcart Prize by my publisher. Oh. By the way, I did a lot of research on it, and a lot of that research has now been taken off the web. Yes. Okay, Plum Island. First bought for a coat a barrel of biscuits and 100 fish hooks named Manitoulin by the Pequot Nation for beach plums that grow by its shores. Its 840 acres teem with osprey, kestrel, loon, Canada geese, gulls, ticks, white-footed mice, deer, and 70 government buildings, where high-hazard pathogens are handled through steel windowed boxes with glove inserts for experiments. Lab 257 Germ Warfare Research Laboratory. Migrant birds swoop among animals injected with virus vaccines, fed in open-air troughs, a bio-level 3 animal disease lab. They study tick warfare as deer swim 2 miles from Lyme to forage for food. Outside the lab, seagulls pick at dead birds on the ground, fly between island and mainland. Across the sound, my parents suntan on aluminum beach chairs. Sand burns the bottoms of their feet. Mama hands out salami on white bread from a wicker basket. Low tide, I drizzle mud flat, wet sand into Gothic drip castles and moats. I rock back on my heels, squint at a seagull flying across the water. I wonder who lives there and what my life will be as another gull glides above me, low, almost stopped in the air. The next poem is called Taco Tuesday. And this poem is about how love of a place can save us. So Nesha is a 5-pound rescue poodle, and she was my domestic partner. My Celica grinds over parking lot craters behind Main Street. I carry Nesha in a red plaid bag up Sportsman's Ramp. Taco Tuesday, chicken, beef, bean, or fish, $1 a taco, 3 for a margarita. Vicky's been nailing roofs, Chip installing insulation. Julie dashes out in search of a lost owl. Patricia and Amy weave around to Diana May's table after chorus. Nesha barks when I hustle her down the ramp. 16 years old, still scampering under the oaks. 3 little barefoot girls patter after us to watch. Crickets croak like ducks, clatter and quake in the August evening. Waiters serve tables, sling margarita and taco stack trays. Nesha scarfs down my pieces of chicken and fish, leaving me 3 lettuce tacos as Joanne and Jerry rush in with Julie and the story. A biologist had spotted a wounded owl. They traced deep forest meridians, praying markers would hold. A broken branch pine tree 6 paces past the second hill, after the boulder and the river bend, an echo, a nod from the great owl god. They found him, broken winged, huddled in the dusk, wrapped him in towels, eased him into the carrier. Afraid of missing the raptor wildlife rehabilitator at Winchell's Corners, they gulp down bean tacos and rush out. The exquisite tumult of voices over a beach of clinking plates, what holds the skin of our lives together here. Down the ramp, hiding my own broken wing. On the drive home, Janis Joplin belts out, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. As I'm thrown back to a time when I was helpless in the dark, unable to fly. We pull into the driveway. I look up at 3 mountains that hold us suspended in their palm, wondering how we got lost and how we are saved. As a Victorian roof peak framed perfectly slices open the night sky. Wonderful to live in a town that you love. The next poem is called Manasquan, and it's a shore town that a friend of mine invited me to. It's on the Atlantic shore, and this is about growing from what you leave behind and bringing home a talisman, a chosen object that brings magic of some sort. Manasquan. Barefoot over shards of crushed slipper shells and mermaid tears, she walks back to curved inlet, scissor pivots through tide-marked seaweed tangles, legs glisten opalescent beside purple t-shirt. She drops a horseshoe crab molt onto the towel next to me. Book-pleated gills on the underparts, 5 pairs of knuckled pantsers for chewing. What survives from what it leaves behind. A distant train crawls the arch span length to our island. Jet skis burst a wave ruckus that amplifies incoming tides' repetitive lapping, a hairline reminder how bay meets shore. By the valve's wing, tooth-like ghost crabs, a sand dollar. By marsh grass where jagged paths vanished into unknown, a brick remnant beaten, relentless by storm surge, its rim foam tossed in tumult among discarded fruit jars, tail lights, whiskey bottle lips, shipwreck remains. I slip it into my pocket to carry back to daily life. With obsessive fingertip repetitions, I circle the perimeter to tame the wild edge, to remind myself how to wear down the impossible. The next poem is called Driving Home. Trapped just so in stop action, her eyes reflect iridescent in high beams. A doe hesitates on pavement, falters backward into the highway. Confused, she locks me in her gaze, topples ungainly into parallel brightnesses, a stand of birches somewhere beyond my headlights. Hairline tracings, charcoal branches spread across violet sky until the bleached crescent of Cassiopeia's chair scorches incandescent holes into the blackness. Hungry to unearth my own invisible map, I trace the weary pinpoints I used to know. Jealous of fervent bodies that circle the heavens, so sure of their own orbits, I sing to myself through the night as I drive the rented car into dawn. The next poem, now I know you don't live near us, and but I think you'll be familiar with the George Washington Bridge. This poem is about the beauty of the bridge and what a beloved symbol it is to us. And it connects the island of Manhattan to the continent of North America. George Washington Bridge. New Jersey backed up truck to car, past barrel cables 3 feet wide, steel wires, thousands thinner than a pencil, could together wrap 4 times around the earth or halfway to the moon. Each spun one at a time across waters, they hinge island to continent. Low beams approach us, glittering, hopeful. Suspension cords drop a sudden angle of descent from both sides of crisscross girders, steel laced high as a 6-story building. Millions drive parallel as twilight blazes between concrete pillars. We roll across encapsulated in separate boxes, each with their own particular ghosts, into the cloverleaf labyrinths beyond. Where are we all going to or coming from? Necklaces drape mercury vapor bulbs, transforming erector set towers into wild river back scattered electric lantern glow. We accelerate, untouching each other, half unhinged between fascination and magic, where all the words come tumbling down next to the dark. Does anybody know when all the lights come on? So this is called an equation of wings. And the last 3 poems were from my new manuscript called Cobblestone Mist. And it takes place in the tenements of Lower Manhattan in the 1980s. So in the late 1970s, residents had begun to reclaim vacant lots to form community gardens. And this is a metaphor for that resuscitation and the new growth. So it's called an equation of wings. I separate apple seeds, bundle them between tear damp tissues into refrigerators false winter. Even knowing without grafted stock they will not grow true. Macintosh to crabapple, only a gamble. I soak a date cylindrical pit, bury it half below streetwise soil, its ceilingward tip to wait months for shy stalks. Sweet potato vine hugs the internal kitchen window's perimeter, while across the city, they shower wildflower bombs between chain link fences onto caked dirt, pitch sunflower seeds onto surprised meridians as taxis barrel past. Volunteers haul garbage out of abandoned lots, wheel in topsoil, harvest rainwater, sculpt bird baths and fish ponds. They compost avocado pits and coffee grounds to sprout lily and cucumber, patchwork gardens for summer dances and poetry readings. Cut an apple crosswise, and there's a star in your hand. Everywhere, eggs multiply in cats and fish. Even after years of breathing through gills, a dragonfly nymph divides the aluminum sheath of a pond. She emerges, rippling, She emerges, a rippling split that unlocks behind her head. She swells out of wrinkled skin, pumping insect blood, vein, and membrane, unhinges crinkled lumps toward a span-wise lift of angel wing to crawl out like us on needle legs, hovering and wet. The next poem is dedicated to my godmother, Penny. She was my piano teacher, and she chose me when I was 14 and stayed in my life and was always, always with me. And it was a chosen relationship. And I had the honor of being beside her when she died in her 90s and took her last breath. That was a few years ago. This poem is for Penny and for all of you who have lost people. Each in her own way gets ready for work. One rushes to grab papers and cell phone. Another slices peaches into yogurt. I unlock the back door, step out, pause below the Woodstock chimes I gave you. I stand under them, you said, and let the sound vibrate my whole body. Sun and dogwood and Japanese maple, the veil between worlds grows thin. Moire patterns of October light, and I land this. What did you dream as you drifted away from us? Small bones of the dead, fainter than newborn stars, invisible to the eye. I try to understand simultaneous shadows, the layers of the known and the unknown. Was it the solar system that circled low the last moment I was alone with you? Did particles colliding near the horizon keep the night sky from ever becoming totally dark? Silver spotted leaves flip wildly to green as every island, every mountain is moved out of place. Naked without my shawl of words, I spin around. I look down the back trees to the pond below, and I call for you. Okay, this is called Writing While Driving Across the Tappan Zee Bridge. This is about creatives, all of you who try to capture what is fleeting and elusive before it disappears. And it takes place at a time when the Tappan Zee Bridge had huge chunks of the bridge falling into the Hudson, so that driving across, you could actually see down into the Hudson River.
Wow.
So the other thing you need to know is in loco parentis was a symbol for the college being substitute parents while we were on campus. That was years ago when I was in college. A fog so dense I drive ahead enclosed in a separate world. A member of the generation raised, ignored, and unseen. I swallow each day like a fisherman afraid of the ocean. The first time I left you in college, the first thing I learned in college after the in loco parentis lecture on the necessity of virginity was how to roll a joint. I paced cornfields reciting poems to communities of stars as night sky engulfed the land. The first time I left you, I hitchhiked into dawn, sawdust puppets tucked into a laundry bag on one shoulder, a broken guitar on the other. Out Route 68, I boomeranged back to suburban cocktail parties, adults sipping scotch, their cells embedded with cigarette smoke. Across the Tappan Zee, where slabs of concrete had crashed into the river, leaving openings in pavement large enough to see down into the Hudson, I examined my wrinkled face in the mirror, a ghost of myself ringed with colored mists. Some thrashed their wings, unable to fly. Some pray to the crescent moon. Lucky ones drive ahead as if there was nothing to fear. Some scribble on paper scraps on the steering wheel to capture whatever they can. We balance one-legged, toppling unmetered through dreams to risk the unknown before the absorption of all palpable light. We sing and we sing and we sing, wanting only to touch the moving silhouette before it disappears. A glory is an optimal phenomenon around the head, and it's caused on mountaintops with sunlight in midst. So this is called the glory. Position yourself barefoot in garlic mustard on mountaintop where bittersweet scarlet berries have held on long after its leaves have gone. Look to the other side of the sun. A lens of droplets casts its shadow into the opposite side of the sky. Your ghost will loom a giant colored mist, a wingless phantom in early morning. You do not have to borrow a happy childhood. You do not have to open your skin. If you pause there, watch from a roof above rough seas where the world is pulled out of the map of itself. Breathe in long enough for the horizon to spin as if you could gather up all the years that had been lost and boulders of impossibility had begun to melt. Spread your fingers across the sky to measure this distance to heaven as you feel the beating heart in each thing. Before your edges fog across the clouds and rain erases the mountain, and you feel the familiar half-life pull of someone calling from far away. Take off your winged helmet, your silver shoes, and descend the mountain into your heavy cloak of skin. Place the pieces you gave away to be loved beside the outline of half-remembered people. Tame the wild doubt of your tiny heart. You will not fall.
Yeah.
In the midst of my tears, I tried to talk me out of them. Larry, it's just a piece of ground. But it was holy ground for me before knowing what I didn't know. Any ground the eye stands on is holy. An acre neath the gums and oaks were the first intimations of holy, but also its unholy formulation. Though doubt and pain were sown in and around that limestone, the years since have graced me. I was doubting just some words. The doubts and fears of all those years were like the thin veneer of soil covering my heels' ancient limestone. The rock has never moved, though many of the soil words have eroded.
Thank you, Larry. That's awesome. Yeah.
Are you referring to the rock as Jesus? That never
Well,
moved?
or yeah, the Christ, the God, the I am. Yes.
Yeah.
I like that.
The awe.
All right, here's a short one, so I'm sure we'll get done by the
Yeah.
first
It's only
cutoff
have
here.
5 minutes.
I've entitled it "Me?" ? Really? ? Have you ever turned a mind corner and been astounded you exist at all? All that in light of all that is, I am. Where did this flash come from? Are you stunned to be one part in the presence of all creation? Or is it that the separate me I see, astounded not because it was so, but that it stood out from what is so? In the silence, the I that is was startled by the appearance of the I that is not. My me idea felt suddenly out of place.
Yeah. It's reflective. So anyone?
I'm feeling
Yeah.
that a lot now. Me ideas are not quite in place or appropriate right now. It seems like it's we ideas we need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would invite you to my author page. Tomorrow I'm having a virtual book launch because
Wonderful.
my book has been published in the middle of a pandemic and all my readings have been canceled. So I'm actually working on recording stuff now, and I'm doing a virtual readings and other fun stuff. But you guys get to hear it live today. So this is called The Borrowings of the Shan Van Vock. The Shan Van Vock is the Irish word for Mother Nature. It's their word for their land. And the borrowings of the Shan Van Vock, because Ireland is about 4/6 of the land is bog land.
Yeah.
And anything that goes into the bog stays in the bog and often gets preserved. So one of the things they find often when they're digging through the bog are bodies that have been mummified by the soil itself.
Yeah.
And we find out a lot of information about the way people lived based on the fact that these bodies are still preserved and we still can do forensics. So in the collection, I have the stories and the voices of these nameless people who I wanted to give them voice, since we don't even know their names. And I also have Mother Nature speaking. And since right now we're living in a time where Mother Nature seems to be speaking quite loudly to us, I'm going to start with one of the poems from Mother Nature. And this is The Wind Concurs. I have known the bogs as holy places, felt the many dead, their names never recorded on vellum. The disappeared make no sound, only whispered in the weeds and the grass. Leaf flesh, soil flesh, singing over the bones. It forms a strange keening across this barren space. All trembles at the elongated muscle of my devotion. Vast, yielding, and gray, this is the best place to bow in lingered grief. And that is the wind on the bogs, which if you've been there, you know it's very treeless on the bogs, and it's very, very windy. This one is Kohlberg woman, and she was Danish, found in Denmark, and really based on carbon radiation, one of the oldest women that we have found intact. Kohlberg woman. This land, dreary, stiff of muck, could never hold me. There is no grass in exfoliated ocean silt, no real footing in our bark huts along Lake Tiso. We wandered in hungers for flint, bone, and horn. We speared our fish. In my mind's eye, I lived near the birch pine and the lapwings of my youth, where the water knew its place. I stayed as he wanted to stay, in tidal flats where the elk or the erock were easily seen, on Black River tracks where our bodies never stayed still. And so again, there will be some more readings that I'm recording from the collection that you can listen to for free on my author's webpage beginning tomorrow. And I'm leaving it up for a couple weeks because people just can come by and read the information as they can. I did a lot of scientific research and exploration into bog bodies, so I'm going to share some FAQs and some other stuff too.
Oh, Francis?
Polychromatic. Polychromatic, the colors and that blend into art. As polychromatic schemes and themes, bizarre the air, the flare, which blend together to form a whole array of delight to your eye. Like a kaleidoscope, turning, shaping, the page bursting with hues, the shades changing an optical grand illusion, pouring color into mathematical twists, gliding into connection, color that shines and glitters in the eye of a viewer. How elegant the pieces fit, making a puzzling effect. Examples of polychromatics I recall: a twirling mini pinwheel in the grass, color kites flying on Kite Day in March against the sky in San Juan, Puerto Rico. In Greece and Italy, gelato flavors color I can taste. The wind at the Windsor Castle blowing the world's flags back and forth. Cave paintings on the walls of Lascaux and Altamira dancing in the light of the oil lamp. Fireworks, bursting sounds of color above the dark sky. The rose window of Notre Dame in Paris, France. I see the sunlight create a polychromatic shadow on the floor of the cathedral. Thank you. I'm Francesca Kirkpatrick, and that was polychromatic.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Resonance. Resonance. The resonance of swinging, resonance of a guitar playing a song, resonance of a pendulum swaying back and forth, the resonance of opera singers breaking a wine glass, the resonance of a bridge vibrating under my feet, the resonance of a voice singing in the shower, the resonance of the music coming from a radio turned up full blast, the resonance of microwaves heating my dinner, the resonance of turning a tuning fork finding middle C, the resonance of a Tibetan singing bowl healing my mind, body, and spirit.
Wonderful. Thank you, Francesca. Now, Bruce Jennings.
I'm Bruce Jennings. The poem I'd like to share with you is called Living Will. It begins with an epigraph from Michel de Montaigne. If I can, I shall keep my death from saying anything that my life has not already said. He and his daughter mulled it over. His remaining life would pass with decency and dignity, weather permitting, in a style modest and optimistic. He smiled. No, she said, optimism is a proposition. The word hovered between them. They watched it leave. Hope then, he said, which is a posture. In a style humble and hopeful, a Shaker style for the furniture of mind and heart aging in smaller quarters. He smiled again. Your mind is too ornate, she said. Would the simplicity suit you? I hope to outlive that opposition. What I look for ahead is not simple, but only more compressed. I want my space and my time to line up. I see icons without iconology, exuberance under the breath. She smiled. It reflected in his. Now you're catching on. Attention that deserves payment without calling attention to itself. She seemed distracted. A cleaner line, cleaner than a rhyme? Just so. The sound the smooth curve of a railing makes as the hand slides along it, but you can't quite hear. The shaping of space between parallel slats in a door, or as a design element, decorative, but not too much. A natural wood stain reveals the gift of grain in lines showing something pure, but not pristine. Hygiene, another posture? She smiled again. No, I'd say such shapes were sturdy geometries of consolation to their makers, offered to celebrate a creation, but not their own. And one that is not ours, shapes sufficient, she said. Unto the day, he answered. Handles and knobs that do not menace or repel invite the embrace of human flesh. Chairs not so comfortable as to let you sit too long or neglect your chores. Just enough glass indoors to reveal something within, but not too much. This poem is entitled The Weight of Assignment. Assignments come into your hands, expected or not, bidden or not. Assignments must be grasped by hands, strong or not, dry or not. Assignments come upon you, noticed or not, legible or not. They emerge out of heritage to encumber with the pressure of memory and the promise. They bring belonging no matter when they come. If you are by yourself, you are not alone. When 10 lift a heavy object, it is not 10 liftings, but one, even though the one lift exists only through the lifting 10. At my grandfather's funeral, though only 10, I held the weight of assignment as a pallbearer. I stood as straight as I could at the handle, left side middle between uncle and father. For that day, the bearing of those of us who bore him mattered. There were no rolling carts then, no mechanical things to come between and relieve my hands and the lifting. Even a grandson with thin biceps has a place in the future of the living family and in the ordering of death. Although the handle was cold, My hands were sweaty, and I remember watching more than being watched, gazing across the coffin, looking for the silent sign to tense, listening for the rustle of cloth as the first arm moved. I lifted with the unison.
I'm going to start with a poem called Carnes Below Claudia's Studio at Liberty Mills, Tennessee. They're stacked beside the creek on a tiny gravel road, patience and craft, the art of searching, seeing, chipping, shaping, mostly limestone, each rock millions of years forming, fossilized, story-filled, itself a cairn. The hours spent in rugged contemplation, water burble, wind and leaves, the forest sway, a present for those who pass as the earth crumbles in time what human hands have made. I stack words to remember what words alone can't say. The tongue is an eye, a poet wrote, not just a choking muscle fumbling with age. The earth a grave of lost words, stones and children's bones, a cairn itself crude and holy. The gift is in the labor, Mother taught. Scrapped palms, broken nails, tired backs, the ordered wonder of shape. So that becomes a metaphor for the poems I write in this book, The Cairns. Another poem that's fairly new, I found out over the years at 69 years old that quite often hard times teach you more than middle class, easy life. And this is a poem growing up in the country like I did called In Praise of Drought. In morning stillness, brown corn crinkles the color of work spots on my father's hands. Morning wrens circle the porch for seed, drink from metal pot I leave in the yard like mother did. Drought time, a place in her life she couldn't leave in farm country, a place that scalds a soul, brings memories of grandparents and cousins in the field, casting fists of dust. An omen sweet Jesus won't fix. 6 months of labor flushed down the dung hole. Mother woke in the night, remembering porch whispers, a drought child then, hearing language of failed crops, whir of cicadas in late July, not words so much as voice tones, silence between talk. Why ache helps children know family better. How chosen words looks away reveals selves that don't populate breakfasts or Sunday dinners. Praise be to moments true as dust and scorched earth. Heartbreak, powdered milk, Christmas singing and a stingy Santa Claus. Father and mother, now dust, their spirits heavenward in their faith. Rain in late summer brings hope back, brings men talking trash beside pickups at the grocery. Their hearts tied to soil, surrounding barns, skies ever hopeful, ever endless. What souls learn from hard times, smiles born in love, whispers in loss, parents' dreams of drought tight against me, taught silence, mystery, who we really are, who we must be.
So today is again the Poets from the Neighborhood's featured poet series. February featured poet is Michael Foran.
Thank you.
And
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. And he's from Massachusetts and teaches at Holyoke Community College.
Yep, Holyoke Community College.
Yeah. And his poems have been published in various magazines, and he's working currently on a chapbook, The Coffin Birth, collection of narratives about growing up in the 60s and early 70s. So I said, growing up baby boomer. I guess that's.
Yeah, I did. I am considered in the baby boomer class. So
Okay.
Well, you're just at the tail end of it.
I am at the tail end. I can say
Yeah.
that I have the ability to say I was born in the 50s, right? So
Yeah.
right at the tail end.
So yeah, and maybe you will tell us why you chose that title.
Absolutely, yeah. But again,
Okay.
thank you. It's definitely an honor, and thank you, David, as well, for the invite. We go back a ways, so
Yeah.
it's always good to be.
Yeah, and so Bruce Jennings is from Vanderbilt, and he is being part of our host for quite some time, like David. And Francesca is a relatively new member, but she is pretty active and contributing poems and to our meetings. So we had read some poems, and she's planning to host in the future.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet all of you. Absolutely a pleasure. Yeah, and I do have a few poems to go through. I've been working on it's chapbook size now, and it's kind of a variation on a theme that I've been working on for a long time, and it's just really around, the 60s, the 70s, and beyond, and some of the things that went on in the neighborhood, and some of the things that went on beyond the neighborhood, and the pieces have started to. David's known me a long time, and my pieces have started to grow in length and size, and I have no explanation for that other than that just seems to be where it's been going, and. I know I did originally start writing short stories decades ago, and I seem to be kind of slipping back into a little bit of the narrative mode, but it's fun to kind of explore those things, and hopefully I can hopefully share something with you that may resonate a little bit, and yeah, that's kind of it's a working title as well, so it's early. But just a lot of writing, and I do belong to a group as well. And the one thing I will say about the groups is it does kind of inspire you and kind of push you a little bit to write. And because it's not a good feeling going into your group with nothing, right? So
exactly.
Yeah. So you gotta stay at it, and that's kept me going. So I'm trying to keep pace with a poem a week, a draft that I can work in a group. So it's been great.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So should I get at it, you think?
Yes.
Might as well.
All right.
Stage is yours.
And it sounds like you can hear me well enough, so I'm going to do my best to do justice, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to start with a poem. It's called "The Garden," and again, none of these are really placed in any order at this point, but I thought maybe I would try to open more towards the present and then kind of work my way back. So this is "The Garden." Just a morning spent expanding the garden, a corner shaded by tall sumac and maples that led back to the swamp. And as she worked the new area with a small trowel and a metal hand tool, a claw, the kind that looks like a four-fingered hand, palm down, wretched fingers curled under like the last time she held her mother's hand. The turn of the dirt raising pieces of glass, a rusted can, charred wood and ash. And when she found a soldier, dirt-caked olive green, molded in the prone position, ready and taking aim, and as she scraped deeper and further, more soldiers, one sitting talking into a radio, another arm back, pin pulled, ready to throw the grenade, one missing a head, the body gouged. And after she cleaned each one with water, she placed them on a rock and thought, if she'd had the boy, he would be a man now, and he might have thanked her for finding lost toys, his green army of men, even the one chewed by the dog.
Mm. Wow.
So that's a little gardening.
Yeah.
Always something to find in the dirt, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of a look back, and then this one is called The Hitchhikers. Through the grass, wildly unattended, the old man moved with the grace of an athlete until his gait tripped up against the leg of a concrete pillar, then continued his wander in and out of the shadowing stones and disorder of the local cemetery. As the sun angled in the afternoon to create something other than peace, he waved me closer like a man used to commanding. We didn't bother with hellos, as he was looking for McCarthy, and he hadn't been in this town in over 40 years. I knew one from Springfield, the lawyer, brother of Connie, spinster-like and still above the ground at 90. No, he was a cop, and I added a detective, then walked away backwards, looking as the stones spread out with the names facing forward. Bill Keating, the sports writer. Tim Quirk, the tailor, his brogue still thick in my ear as he bent to measure my body in the basement of a 3-family home, my father's rare smile present. And finally, there was Mort McCarthy, the detective's son, the reason for the return. Mort, who drove a black Saab and pulled over almost every morning of my brother's senior year after our walk out of the circle and towards the school to drive us fast the same way he drove until he took himself and Bill McGarry, the state javelin champion, into the side of a brick house, the seat back padded with pillows, his head full of brown curls. So you're going to notice that the poems kind of start somewhere and then they spin other places.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's not too confusing, but maybe you get used to them, but we'll see. This one's called Tunnel. When Richie saw the group of boys with their jugs and beer maneuver through the tangle of wild forsythia, unpruned, winter-stripped, and created from seeds blown over from Gadu's backyard, he followed, his low crawl hidden by a snowbank, plow-built and dirtied, then reached the stream that meandered along the end of the yards on this side of the street, until he saw them reach the wider sewer, the entrance or ending of a stream and now open enough for anyone to stand. A tunnel that angled upward, growing smaller and tighter until the circumference squeezed even children to knees and palms, the stream moving between legs, knees bruised on the concrete, the light long gone, receding back to the entrance. Once last summer, Richie got stuck and had to be pulled forward by his hair, his screams fierce until they found the next iron grate opening to the street above, where the girls on banana seat bikes first spit down the hole, then laughed as he emerged red-eyed and wet-faced, the shiny spiders webbed to his back. Yeah, so a little exploration under the streets and the sewers. Yeah.
That's, that's cool. It just brings us back to those days. I don't know whether kids play like that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going in the sewers any longer, but
I know. Those days, anything is like, you don't do that in front of the parents, but you still do those kind of explorations.
Yeah, sometimes it's what you don't know, right? It's not knowing. Yeah. This next poem is about within this neighborhood, of course, it was after, these were the homes that really started to kind of come up out of the farms, and suburbia started to take hold, and the boys in the neighborhood, or just the kids in general, would sometimes explore basements, and at least in the neighborhood here, some of the homes, I mean, these were some of the veterans coming back from World War II, and sometimes the things that you might find. So this is called the learning. The first ambushes were staged just beyond the street lamps, in the summer, out of sight of the parents, with boys betting that the drinking would ease the be home at order forward, and come home would give way to sleepouts, or better yet, sleepovers on the fringes of this neighborhood circle, where once they found an Arasaka, its length as long as the longest child's body, the bayonet slot touching chins, the bolt oily, still, and ready to pinch the skin of any grabbing hand. In that basement, they learned to be quiet. Or like the time the man brought them all out to the dead stump, unwrapped the burlap, and held it up, slid the bolt forward. First you, then the boys running into the ambush. Let's see. So the next poem is, it's called The Contender, and it's really it's a battle between a couple of boys, and just how it develops. The Contender. When my brother returned alone to the scene of his crime, the one that began when he dropped a match from a matchbook found on the dirt road to that rooted stump. First thrilled the other kids, then dispersed them quickly as the fire burned upward, the straw blazed and the ground blackened, the wind denying any attempt to alter the outcome. He saw the new kid hunched, looking outward over the edge of the swamp that formed after the interstate had cut through the farmland and the lots and later sold as lots, and watched him motion with his hands, the fingers moving as if playing a harp, then bent forward and pulled a cat from the water, gripped the nape and slung the animal like a discus, the splash heavy sounding and out of sight, until the third toss, when he saw my brother approaching and said, "I was just trying to save this cat." And a fight followed that lasted over an hour, a fight that moved above the ground to the prone, after the knuckle blows gave way to elbows, kicks, and teeth, both bloodied, rolling in the earth, heads locked and knees hooked, until the grunts became less and less, until the air ran short and the new kid's head palmed and ground face first in the mud, heavy once to breathe, still struggling under the weight. My father, on hearing of the latest victory, said, "It's a good thing you beat him, as he would have owned you had you lost." Those neighborhood get-togethers.
Yeah, that's a pretty good description of fights. I like that.
Yeah, they're a little messy. They're a little messy sometimes.
Reminds me a little bit of Our Gang. Maybe they weren't as violent, but still that, getting together like a group of boys do in movies and TV shows.
Yeah. There was always some, well, you didn't have the other types of entertainment. So I guess one of them was who was going to rule the neighborhood sometimes. Let's see. This one is called The Scarring, and about a baseball game, I guess. And before the kids actually use baseball fields. The game in full summer motion, in a neighborhood strung together, the flat yards stretched back like long grass runways. Between an iron cemented weighted clothesline, The first batter waited, eyed the pitcher and the first baseman, flexing the brown-black three-fingered mitt, foot ground forward on a base made from debris collected from behind metal trash barrels, rusted and silent, the motionless dead spectators of the first backyard pickup game of 5-on-5 hardball, their shouts released with the fury of the last recess bell and the heaviness of another year past. On the concrete steps, my mother, still black-haired, with horn-rimmed glasses, a book resting against knees drawn tight to her body, catches the line drive that left the bat with a crack to the inside of the wood with her face. The frame split, glasses pushed upward into the bridge of her nose, upward over the left eye and deep into the fine hair of her brow. The second scar of many scars to follow, a new opening that will pass from mother to son, calmly gets up, the blood spotting on the white cloth of her Oxford, down to the hem of her shorts, the same shorts that spotted from the inside just a year ago. The final baby lost, the faded stain visible only to her. Rises taller now, book grip tightly announces, I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay, boys, as if embarrassed to have halted the game or to apologize again for something lost. Stunned beyond anything we can ever see, she turns her back away from the frightened faces and shirtless bodies and steps slowly forward back into the cool summer darkness of the house. This is called the saucer. Let's see. Late evening, after lights out, their bodies sticking to sheets, the younger stacked in the top bunk, the older below, each eager to talk in the dark. A ritual perfected since the beginning of their time, and always started with, are you awake? But of course, it had to be a flying saucer, and yes, though it seemed far away, and because they had only seen it once from the new interstate, an object that seemed to hang or even hover over the trees, a long hike in the morning could get them there. And maybe Richie could go, because after all, he once tried to hop a train. But when they arrived, the disappointment amplified after walking the circular perimeter littered with beer cans, pull tabs, bottles of wild Irish rose and Ripple wine, even passing a fire pit with charred wood pallets, until they found a rope tied at the lowest rung of a metal ladder, vertical, bolted to the side of a huge concrete cylinder, and ascended hand over hand, each rung tested, stomped and solid enough to continue the climb, until each boy stood at the lip of the saucer and high enough to see the interstate, each boy moving forward to the rectangled opening. A door lay flat, the lock busted wide from the casing, and saw a second rope, thicker, a fire hose, the canvas worn, twisted into a big brawling knot leading downward across the light until it disappeared under the flat surface 20 feet below. The light, a beam now, broken as the first body passed into the cold deepness of the water tower.
Thank you. I'm happy to be reading today. The first three poems will come from my chapbook, which is called A Casting Off, and it was published by Finishing Line Press in May of 2019. The first poem I'll be reading was published first in the Rockville Review and was nominated for Best of the Net. And it's called What Rope is For. What rope is for. If she lived in this world, no longer would she murmur about her appetite for Wyoming. Rocks, feathers, an open hand, a conjuring. Her desire is flamingo, a train ticket to Aberdeen, the shiny midnight of Hollywood starlight on paper, and Wyoming. What she has is a campaign button, leftover bread crusts, a length of rope knotted in place, its other end circling. If she clutches its swing, perhaps abrading her idle hands, then she might ride the arc high, unfist her grip, hurl herself into the tall plains, ranging that wide horizon, filling herself with the glint of minerals, flash of kites, the sated life of rock and feather.
Wonderful.
The second poem I'll read is also from the chapbook, but it won the Porch Writers Collective's Poetry Prize in 2019, and for that reason was published in Nashville Review. And it's called Fog, and I wrote it after I saw my mother for the last time. She died the next day. Fog. How the gray-white high-rise diffuses into gray-white sky, the metal bones melding into cloud as if the hard lines quietly thinned as the steel expanded into vapor. How my mother's body loosens its hold on earth and daylight, language and sense. How her hands that rise and jab at assailants in the blank air still reach for a tissue, placing the box back on the table's edge tenderly. How they wipe the rim of the bucket that contains the wretch of her dry heaves. How her wide eyes in the bones of her gray face fix themselves on me as she says my name, her thin voice wailing, sorry, sorry, sorry. How can she know this lament is my own? How can she reckon that her eldest daughter, the one she still remembers, would press her toward the precipice, already pictures her rising into mist, seamless like girders, glass and sky, gray-white bones vanishing in fog. The next poem is also about my mother's death, but it's about my mother and my father. My father took care of her until she died at home. And this was published in April of 2020 in the Blue Mountain Review. And it's called Her Cosmos. They built a cottage from the forest's growth, consecrated it through rituals of mourning, routines of seasons, leaves dropping, budding, greening, sealed by the thick mud of their life's steep slog. Now at dark, he lifts her from chair to bed, sees the last of her tomorrows emerge from the trees, the deer gathered, grazing in the front yard, nipping the tips of the fig trees. And he knows when they come again from the undergrowth, rising from their wild nests, come to taste whatever new has grown. She too will rise, carrying a loose bouquet of cosmos, like those she planted beside the porch, some dropping silent on grass as she retreats into mist and branches, a veil of darkening shimmer. The last poem I'll read from you is not from my chapbook. It's from my book manuscript, Small Fish in High Branches, which is not published yet, but I'm hopeful because it's been a finalist and a semifinalist. So we trudge on and keep submitting. And this is dedicated to my daughter. It's called Your Desire, a Loaded Spring, and it's about her moving away. Your eyes drift west. I feel the distance rise. The driveway cracks are widening, the sagging bookshelves undusted in the half-vacant bedroom that was yours. Did I tell you the vocal cords of sandhill cranes measure 5 feet, their bodies just 3? The cords coil like French horns, their stentorian bugles rattling for miles. Their bodies, lithe and strong-legged, ballerinas with scarlet turbans, seem hardly able to contain such freight, to emit such cries. And the corkscrews inside, the springs that propel their flight, wings unfurling as they leap, heads pumping low. Last May, I heard the sandhills call. As they launched, clamoring high above the marsh, becoming invisible, I saw your coiled body, your desire, a loaded spring. Your voice is the overture before the dancers' buoyant cabrioles, before the crane's sacramental journey to the Platte.
Wow. Wonderful.
Thank you. The end.
Thank you. That's wonderful. And David, do you have anything to read today?
Sure. I've been putting together a manuscript. So here are a couple of, actually it's the first 2 poems from that manuscript. Current working title is Dreaming of the Dead. Letters. I started with pencils, shaping each word with care, but soon learned to type. After the Smith Corona Portable was taken through the window, I bought an old IBM, Priest Electric, and gradually filled a file drawer with correspondence, incoming originals, and carbons of what I sent, the X-outs diminishing with time and haste. Then printouts, then the drawer collected rust. Emails stay on the hard drive, data files, quick first drafts, digital ephemera born to evanesce. I have made this longer than usual because I have not the leisure to make it shorter. For living contact, uncap the pen, lay out a sheet of paper, and craft a message of friendship with real blood. And this is a book of poems in the form of letters. And here is the first of those. Letter to a younger man. I'm sorry, but I don't remember you that well. Short, yes, brown hair, I remember that, and thinner than I am. But exactly who you were, obscure, and why you were so very stupid sometimes, I can't imagine. That anger and awkwardness have attenuated into the textures of an ordinary life. Better that way. The hunger for distinctions has been reduced, balanced by belly. I barely remember all those fires of our precarious heart. I'm sorry to report we did not transfigure ourselves or the world. That dream is just a memory. We did more good than harm. I cleave to that and try to keep your memory content. And I guess I can read one more. Robert Boyce. Dear Mr. Boyce, I set the record in your 10th grade class, the most books read in 1 year, over 200 index cards. Title, author, type of plot. man against man, man against nature, man against himself. But I was reading my parents' books, and Dos Passos demolished those neat categories. And summary. Was that all I did that year? More books than days. But through you, I met etymology, the unabridged dictionaries. You stuck me in the web of words, not just the words, but their atoms, their own stories as well as the ones they made. Stories, yes, and facts, but how a synonym was never quite synonymous. A different word could mean a different story. Your wait startled the language in me, disturbed the pebble that, years later, became the landslide of poetry.
Yeah, wonderful. And I have one poem I'll share on this. So, here you go. Brave to be the light. This was inspired by Biden and Harris inauguration, 2021. Brave to be the light. Even through this pandemic, the losses and trials with moms and dads like Mamala holding their children close and feel the joy of being, to be brave enough to see the light, as Amanda Gorman called us to, and be the light themselves, adults worthy of our children, all children looking up to us wide-eyed, in awe. There is hope for America, as blue and red threads woven tight into the fabric of Biden's flag waving, uniting stripes of white in peace, in the hearts of all people, empathy and compassion ignited for all the world to see brighter in the raised land of Lady Liberty, being brave to be the light, beacon of unity and peace for the world. Thank you. So welcome everyone. This is our craft talk for 5th annual Poets Day. And Jeff Harden is not new for us. We all know him and we admire him, and he's the best teacher there is and a great poet, very inspiring. And that's the actual introduction, and he has all these other qualifications. He was born in Savannah, Tennessee. He received a BS from Austin Peay State University and an MFA from University of Alabama. He's the author of several poetry collections, including No Other Kind of World, Texas Review Press, 2017, which received X.J. Kennedy Prize, and Fall Sanctuary, Storyline Press, 2004, which received Nicholas Roerich Prize. And Jeff teaches English at Columbia State Community College and edits the online journal One. And he lives in Columbia, Tennessee. And so thank you, Jeff. He has given us craft talk before, I think the 2nd annual Tennessee Poets Day. And thank you, everyone. And let's start. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Well, I'm going to share this PowerPoint and I'll try to time my going through this a little bit if I can. I'm just going to leave these up here before I really get started. Anyway, the title of this is called The Brokenness of Lines, the Where and the Why. Why do poets break their lines where they do? Depending on their models and reading habits, poets continually approach this question, and perhaps each poem is a new invention, a new conceiving of what lines can be, or do, or accomplish, or subvert, or enact. What understandings, if any, can we reach about the shape or purpose of the line break? Is there, in fact, a logic to be found? Reading any number of poets, Carl Dennis, for instance, or Sharon Olds, or Tony Hoagland, Charles Wright, to name only a few, one can reach some measure of comfort as opposed to anxiety about the logic of their line breaks. On the other hand, reading poets might produce a sense of unease or bewilderment about why their lines appear as they do on the page, how they dispense information or pleasure, why they break. Thomas Lux, John Ashbery, Jory Graham, Matthew Lipman, among others, destabilize expectations, especially if we expect the line to carry a certain amount of easily processed information. First, I'd like to say that perhaps poets try to marry the line to some internal sense of what meaning feels like, sounds like, and looks like as it comes into being, as it emerges out of the words assembling themselves together. Each mind's encounter with meaning, with the unfolding of meaning, the starts and stops and wranglings inherent to the process, is obviously a different encounter. Lines become one way of demonstrating how the mind finds itself, finding whatever it finds. I don't mean to get too philosophical or theological, but perhaps after the fall, we fell into a language separated from what it tries to know. And lines and poems become yet another kind of fall. Poems fall down the page, clauses and phrases broken apart, broken open, the words and the idea of words teased out in terms of implications and nuances. In essence, we have fallen from wisdom, from knowing, from fullness of knowing. And a poem's lines can be understood as an attempt through brokenness to find a fullness not present in our lives and ourselves. Perhaps each line can be a momentary clarity of finding the fuller presence we wish to be, the fuller wholeness we try again and again to step into. In fact, the word create derives from a word that means to make whole. And in our brokenness as poets and thinkers, we try to be whole, yet we write in lines that are broken, that break under our saying them, and the lines in their fragmentary exhaustion move across the page until, sometimes by their own weight, they fall down into nothingness and attempt to begin anew. Poet Philip Levine said in an interview, "I usually have a sense of what the line is before I start." By his own admission, Levine found his models in poets like William Butler Yeats and William Carlos Williams, poets who wrote, at least in many of their poems, in what we call a trimeter line, that is, 3 metrical feet. Levine went on to say, "Many of my poems were the same length for a long time. For a long time, it was a 7-syllable line, and I needed some kind of form to write when I was young because my life was chaotic. And so to give it order and form, I wrote formal poems. After a time, though, Levine abandoned formal elements like rhyme and meter, but in many ways continued to write with the ghost of a 3-beat line, the form of that sense of the line imprinted upon his thinking. Of course, not all of his poems adhere to this kind of line, for rarely does a poet write the same kind of poem throughout a lifetime. On the other hand, Levine, like all of us, understands that when we work within the shape of a line, to one degree or another, we are working at something that is on the one hand designed and on the other hand arbitrary. He captures this idea in his poem, The Theory of Prosody. I don't think I've got a copy of that, but I'll read it to you. He says, "When Nellie, my old pussycat, was still in her prime, she would sit behind me as I wrote, and when the line got too long, she'd reach one sudden black foreleg down and paw at the moving hand, the offensive one. The first time she drew blood, I learned it was poetic to end a line anywhere to keep her quiet. After all, many mornings she'd gotten to the chair long before I was even up. Those nights I couldn't sleep, she'd come and sit in my lap to calm me. So I figured I owed her the short cat line. She's dead now, almost 9 years. And before that, there was one during which she faked attention and I faked obedience. Isn't that what it's about? Pretending there's an alert cat who leaves nothing to chance. In Levine's poem, we see him having a bit of fun about why he breaks his lines where he does. Prosody, the study of versification. Prosody, the whole business of structure, of intonation, stress, rhythm. Prosody, deriving from a Greek word. Levine, on the other hand, explaining the whole business with a cat's paw that, whenever his line gets too long, too offensive, reaches one sudden black foreleg down and paws at the moving hand, the offensive one. Blood is even drawn, signaling a seriousness to the enterprise. Yet at the same time, Levine suggests that there is something fake going on here. Or does he mean forced, or artificial, or agreed upon? As writers, the ideal would be that each line is, in fact, the singular perfection of thought marrying content. That's the ideal, at least, if so infrequently the achievement. Where poseurs, pretenders settling on a shape or a line length that best captures the motion of the mind in the act of finding what it thinks it thinks. In other words, a certain degree of artifice is always at work. Isn't that what it's about? Levine asked, pretending there's an alert cat who leaves nothing to chance. No matter what conception of the line we have, in the end, we are only choosing a particular cat who tells us what sounds poetic. And we are obedient. And every poet's cat is a different cat. Maybe every poem's cat is a different paw, reaching down to strike against our offenses. How many alert cats are out there? A long time ago, a student who seemed only to want a formula for a particular writing prompt, to this student I said, it's not a checklist, it's a poem. In writing it, you stumble through many doors. I thought that idea sounded interesting, so of course later I put it down in lines. Perhaps I should have offered Levine's poem for its playful seriousness and its serious playfulness. The line is a kind of pretense to begin with, an established frame for working through one's thoughts. It is a broken thing, an attempt to make something out of nothing, an embodiment of the nothingness our thinking tries to outrun. Unlike prose, poems are written obviously and not so obviously in lines, and this distinction must mean something. Prose, I would argue, is about the subject matter. Prose is about the narrative, the description, the action, the passage of time, cause and effect and aftermath and consequence. Poetry, on the other hand, is about the motion of the mind, the mind's encounter with language, with meaning, with what meaning means. Poetry is about thinking, about thinking about thinking, and lines are the attempt to enact what this thinking feels like and sounds like. Poetry is about parceling out thinking into manageable and discrete units and how these units interact with each other to create a dialogue larger than their parts. Not all poets approach lines with the same conception about their purpose. If, as readers, we come to poems with different expectations of what lines should look like, feel like, sound like, then why wouldn't we expect poets to do the same? A line is a form of reasoning with different reasons for being broken. William Stafford says in an introduction to some poems, the authentic is the authentic is a line from one thing along to the next. Perhaps the right line of thinking will sound authentic to our ears, to the poet's ears, and moving from one thing along to the next will seem not only logical, but also, if we're lucky, reasonable, surprising, mysterious, inevitable, unforeseen, and perhaps even ordained. Carl Elder's Abecedarian poem, Alpha Images, in that poem, he relies on the syllable count of haiku to structure all 26 of his stanzas about the letters of the alphabet. Notice, though, in his stanza about the letter Z, how a particular line break allows us to read the last line in two distinct ways. Swordplay with air, zip, 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 stitches which seem about to disappear. With the first reading, we read the word about as if it were simply the preposition broken across two lines. The swordplay stitches are on the verge of disappearing. They are about to disappear. That image makes sense since once the swordplay finishes, the stitches made upon the air will no longer be there. They will have disappeared. With the second reading, though, the letter A at the end of the line actually serves as an article. And we read the word bout, meaning a short period of intense activity or a wrestling contest. And we are forced to think of the swordplay as a contest, perhaps of the entire abecedarian poem concluding with Z, thus soon to be finished, soon to disappear, as they struggle with the unsayable, the self and language no more than a wrestling in order to disappear. Such line breaks, though, happen infrequently in poems, but they represent what's possible, the kind of wordplay, swordplay that both poets and readers enjoy. My closest friend in poetry, Will Mills, used to tell me that I was uppity about lines. I like to think he meant that I paid attention to lines in all the ways that one might need to pay attention. How the line sounds in the ear and on the tongue, what it looks like on the page, where it breaks and what the break means, how it advances the poem's meaning. The best lines have integrity unto themselves. Yes, they are part of a larger unfolding. They are in service to the greater good of the poem, but they also create a world unto themselves, one which seems just as large as the poem itself. The best lines stand alone, and they teach us how to read the rest of the poem. They become a lens through which we interpret the poem's purpose. Vehicle and tenor keep switching places so that the line becomes metaphor for the poem, while the poem becomes metaphor for the line. Perhaps poets, in their ideal world, want each line to rewrite the context, to enlarge meaning and complexity, to teach us how to interpret. With all the possibilities of meaning available at once, all at the same time, and all of them together increasing what we know of the world and of ourselves. Poet May Sarton says, "The form in my life is to keep my center strong and not dispersed." I sometimes think of a poem's line as moving inward and outward at the same time, wanting both to hide and to reveal, both to close the valves of its attention around a stone and to hurl that stone to the far ends of what we know in order to find what lies beyond. Perhaps lines work through this tension to keep our center strong and not dispersed, while knowing that we have to move outward and beyond ourselves. In each of us, Dickinson pitted against, wrestling with, Whitman. Let me list here 3 of the more obvious conceptions of why poets break their lines where they do. These include the following: the line as a unit of measure, the line as a unit of syntax or grammar, the line as a unit of attention. The first of these is likely the easiest to recognize, although perhaps not the easiest to understand and master. Using this conception, Frost writes quite famously in Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening, "Whose woods these are, I think I know. His house is in the village, though. He will not see me stopping here to watch his woods fill up with snow." The line is metrical, iambic, 4 pairs of unstressed, stressed syllables, easy to remember, orderly. Such a line is broken depending on the metrical promises being kept. Most poets, if they write in meter, explore iambic meter, and most poems fall into either iambic tetrameter or iambic pentameter. So much has been written about this kind of line, so I'm not sure what my own thoughts can add, but I'll say this. A metrical conception of the line offers a sense of symmetry, balance, and order. And these values for many poets resemble, I would say, the sense of resolution that their poems seek and enact. Thus, working in this conception of a line, because the iambs create a music and a rhythm, has the benefit of feeling complete, whole, and satisfactory. The poems seem established and resolved. The pentameter line, for instance, is long enough to hold a succinct an aphoristic line. Some churches still preserve a sense of trees. He's trying to restore the narrative. Something there is that doesn't love a wall. Make me, O Lord, thy spinning wheel complete. Though the poem may be working through a tension, though the poem may be working through an imbalance, the iambic line as a unit holds the tension within a framework, or if you will, a logic and a sound that is decidedly balanced. Other times, though, the poem can become a checklist. The choice of words predictable, a sort of fill-in-the-blanks exercise that misses real achievement. Working with a metrical line provides some poets, though, with both structure and play, both limits and variations. And it is the interplay and resolution of these conflicts that brings the poem to its eventual wholeness for such poets. Poets who avoid this construction of a line may think that writing in meter is too regular, too constrained, too stilted. They forget that Alfred Korn said that meter is a guide, not a straitjacket. There can be a lot of playfulness, a lot of surprises when working in this conception of the line. In case you don't know some of the principal players, and in case you find yourself interested in this kind of line, let me make some recommendations to add to your reading list. Poets as varied as Daniel Anderson, A.E. Stallings, Richard Wilbur, Thomas Carper, Mary Jo Salter, Wyatt Prunty, Robert B. Shaw, Greg Williamson, among others. I would also recommend Timothy Steele's collection of essays, All the Funds and How You Say a Thing. It's not necessarily a beginner's guide, but having it in your library will definitely expose you to good examples and very thoughtful consideration of how and why meter still matters for the poet's line. If nothing else, it will open up possibilities for you as a writer. The second conception I mentioned, the line as a unit of syntax, requires that we know grammar. We have to know the difference between clauses and phrases, all the ways that a thought can be broken down into its component parts, divided and subdivided. This kind of line allows poets to provide themselves and readers with clear, distinct units of information. And in doing so, the poem's movements reveal themselves, for the most part, along easily followable paths. Likewise, the thinking the poem enacts can be easily navigated. Take a poet like James Wright. His well-known poem, Lying in a Hammock at William Duffy's Farm in Pine Island, Minnesota, says, over my head I see the bronze butterfly, asleep on the black trunk, blowing like a leaf in green shadow. Down the ravine behind the empty house, the cowbells follow one another into the distances of the afternoon. To my right, in a field of sunlight between two pines, the droppings of last year's horses blaze up into golden stones. I lean back as the evening darkens and comes on. A chicken hawk floats over, looking for home. I have wasted my life. Not to get too nerdy here, but that first line is a prepositional phrase followed by an independent clause with a subject verb direct object sentence pattern. Line 2 is an adjective phrase, while line 3 is a participial phrase. Line 4 contains 2 prepositional phrases, and line 5 is another independent clause with a subject verb direct object sentence pattern. Easy to follow, straightforward. The poem's thinking is parceled out into manageable grammatical units. Many poets employ this kind of line. It's easy to see why. The task of capturing the mind's motion, what Wallace Stevens calls the poem of the mind in the act of finding what will suffice, is given over to a readily recognizable ordering with which we are comfortable. The poem feels whole in such a framework: symmetry, balance, design, order. All these things the poem and our minds seek. Thinking of lines as a unit of syntax or grammar has its rewards, and many poets seem content to work in this line. Billy Collins, Mary Oliver, Carl Dennis, Jane Hirschfield, and many others come to mind. One consideration, one caution though, this version can sometimes create too much predictability. It may, as Paisley Rechtel says, even obscure the poem's meaning, by which I think she means that the line as a unit of attention, the next conception I intend to address, can often unlock discoveries. Since using this conception of the line, we encounter language within a destabilized context, the words shaken out of their normal stops and starts and thus repositioned within thoughts unfolding. New planets, so to speak, swimming into our ken and revising our known knowns and our unknown unknowns. This third conception of a line, the line as a unit of attention, is somewhat different than the first two. Whereas the first two conceptions can be seen as at times to merge, the line as a unit of attention takes a different approach in its listening. In a way, one seems always aware of the potential meanings and their potentials within the moments of their emerging. That is, each line taken by itself, particularly at the moment of composition, can be rife with implications, connections, and nuances. And part of the pleasure of composition is the shifting nature of meaning, the evolving and deepening meaning of what meaning is, of what it is becoming as it emerges at the level of the line. Part of the pleasure is the subtle ways that words come together within the same visual space, give to meaning a sense of accretion, focusing and then refocusing our perceptual contexts. If meaning takes place within context, as I believe it does, then each line potentially rewrites and repositions the context, thus changing our experience of meaning and thereby changing meaning itself. An awareness of this conception of the line can sometimes clarify, for the poet at least, the central conflict with which a poem is wrestling. Recently, I kept writing and rewriting a particular poem, arranging, rearranging line breaks, and observing what new line arrangements held for the poem's development. At one point, the following line came to the forefront. Perhaps we have deceived ourselves believing. Those words already existed in the poem, but seeing them held together within the same line, suddenly distinct as a singular idea, perhaps we have deceived ourselves believing, caught me off guard. So much so that I finally understood what complication my poem was working through. Let's return, though, to Wright's Hammock poem and rewrite just the first few lines in various ways to notice how different line breaks might offer different experiences of reading. What if the poem began as follows? Over my head, I see the bronze butterfly asleep on the black trunk, blowing like a leaf in green shadow. Exercises like this can have pitfalls, but allow me a moment or two to riff off of what this relining might suggest. In this version, line 2 stands out with a more intimate image of the butterfly asleep. In the first version, the idea of asleep is coupled with the image of the black trunk of the tree. Remember that in that version we read as a full line unto itself, asleep on the black trunk. In other words, we read that idea as a unit of grammar and meaning. In this revision, though, the word butterfly and the word asleep are read together, understood within the same frame, the same moment of attention. Even the comma separating the two words seems rife with meaning, a point of stillness between the two words, the words like wings on either side. Additionally, placing the two words together, butterfly and asleep, can be seen to prefigure the poem's central tension. That is, that the speaker is somewhat asleep to the world around him. Wouldn't this line, as a unit of attention, fit nicely into, or better yet, amplify this theme? Furthermore, line 3, at least in this version, seems punctuated by those B sounds, while in line 4 we notice perhaps more distinctly the sound of L. The line, like a leaf in green, seems interesting enough as a unit of attention unto itself, so that we might momentarily read the word green as a noun instead of as an adjective as we eventually discover it to be. Here's another version, the one on the right. Over my head, I see the bronze butterfly, asleep on the black trunk, blowing like a leaf in green shadow. As one can see, thinking about the line as a unit of attention can be interesting and exhausting at the same time. There can never really be a safe place to stand, except to stand among countless possibilities, all of which lead to different and sometimes equally fruitful negotiations of meaning. Nonetheless, notice how this version, or in this version, the first line as a unit of attention places more emphasis on the word see. And writing the line as such, at least in the moment of composition, might suggest that this poem is indeed a poem about seeing. Poet Stephen Dunn says that poems are for people with promises to keep. What he means is that the poet, during composition, becomes alert to the promises set forth by the syntax, by the sound, by the imagery, by the tension that exists within the first line or the first few lines. The poem then becomes a way to tease out the implications that an alert writer as reader attunes himself or herself to hearing. Of course, in reality, the poet proceeds through a poem with each line both fulfilling expectations and creating new ones. In this version, though, the first line might be said to set forth two possible meanings for the word see. First, the sense of sight, taking in the physical reality in all its vibrant forms. And secondly, the sense of discernment, understanding, insight. Maybe the poem's underlying tension will be to resolve the space between what we visualize and what in time we come to understand. A poet writing that particular line might hold, if only briefly, the poem's central concern right from the very beginning. Something else to notice about this version is the potentially slower pace of reading. To place those two words, the bronze, on line 2 as its own unit seems to slow down our attention. The first, to place those two words, the bronze, seems to slow down our attention. The first line having contained 6 syllables now coming down to 2 words, 2 monosyllables. The third line providing only a single word, a single emphasis, the thing seen, butterfly. Furthermore, this version of lines, I'm going to go back to that, brings more to the forefront the interplay of syllables and sound, separating, for instance, the K in black at the end of line 4 from the K found in trunk and like in line 5. Of course, how each poet registers sound and then finds lines to emphasize or to heighten sound, and more particularly to deliver that sound with the greatest effect, can be quite mysterious. Not to mention how for some poets, sound becomes a guide, suggesting new words simply through the echoes they hear in terms of consonants and vowels. We're not talking here of a clear answer, of a grid easily laid down and followed. There isn't a map. There isn't even a promise of some El Dorado that we'll find when we get there. But we keep going. We keep listening. For almost 3 decades, I've carried along in conversation, or I've been carried along in conversation with a particular question Nobel laureate Octavio Paz said in an interview. He asked, "What is saying?" My answer to this question, I've come to believe, is to understand saying as the shape of saying. What I mean by shape is something akin to a pace, length, duration. What I mean are the different ways in which lines not only hold forth a poem toward the reader, but also the different ways in which lines actually shape the poem, shape thought itself, and thus form the poem and whatever wholeness it achieves. Shape is visual, and I hold that the appearance of a poem's lines on the page affects our experience of the poem. Experience being how we hear the words and the pace with which we encounter and process them. A poem's lines are conceptual for me, by which I mean that their shape, their appearance informs how my poems proceed, what logic they find, what shape the pace of my poems might find. As a poet, I've always thought in lines. My notebooks contain drafts of poems in lines. I know poets who free write or fast write, essentially writing in prose paragraphs, which they later go back and shape into poems. Maybe there are benefits I don't recognize in this method, And maybe one day I'll eventually try such a compositional process. But I have never, in fact, written that way. When I say I think in lines, I mean that an opening premise occurs to me, and that premise may sound itself in a particular way. I mean sound, as in sonar, plumbing the depths of a premise. I mean sound as a setting forth, like a tuning fork, everything that matches with or harmonizes with the line. The line, for instance, may resemble something like the following. Remind me of the things I used to touch. That line popped into my head in 2008. I wrote it down. It was iambic pentameter. To depart from that opening line would be to depart from its premise, which to my ear calls for two things, a continuation of iambic meter and an illustration of what is meant by the word things. What things did I used to touch? Why do I need to be reminded? The poem's central tension, I would argue, lies very often in the poem's first line. Think of Yusef Kamanyaka's first line in Facing It. I'm stone, I'm flesh. Or think of Natasha Trethewey's Gesture of a Woman in Process, her first book's first poem. That poem's first line, in the foreground, two women, establishes her concerns as a poet, directing our attention to two women in a photograph, taking them out of the background of domestic work and within the book's first three words, placing them in the foreground. Thus, from the beginning of her career, Trethewey frames her reader's attention toward a reversal of perspective, a reordering of which faces to look upon. And this theme is one to which her poems return again and again in subsequent books. An ordinary prepositional phrase, a unit of grammar that is typically also in the background, sets so much in motion for this poet and for the central concerns of her work. Each poet tries to find a shape that in some way manifests the tension of writing the poem. Sharon Olds, in a recent interview with Dive Dapper, states the following. To me, it's that the sentences ran over the ends of the lines and that the lines ended with prepositions and articles rather than with nouns. The rhyme was internal and off mostly, and there's just this sense of impetus. I wasn't trying for it, but it's how it happened. From the beginning of the poem to the end, there's a certain sense of momentum. As I say, I didn't set out to do that, but it was recognizable to me later that that's what I was doing. Her line breaks, which have always seemed to subvert grammatical and syntactical expectations, frequently break in the middle of prepositional phrases, where the expectation is to include the full phrase at the end of the line. Even when reading her poems aloud, she sounds as though she is not ending a line on a noun or a verb, as if to linger for a moment to hear its implications and resonances, but is instead hitting the word hard, as if to propel onward. A word that another poet might end a line with, she begins a line with. The word for Olds isn't to be meditated upon. The word isn't to be dwelled upon and considered. The word is to be generative, explosive. Here's her poem, Late Poem to My Father. Suddenly, I thought of you as a child in that house, the unlit rooms and the hot fireplace with the man in front of it, silent. You moved through the heavy air in your physical beauty, a boy of 7, helpless, smart. There were things the man did near you, and he was your father, the mold by which you were made. Down in the cellar, the barrels of sweet apples, picked at their peak from the tree, rotted, and past the cellar door, the creek ran, and something was not given to you, or something was taken from you that you were born with, so that even at 30 and 40, you set the oily medicine to your lips every night, the poison to help you, drop down unconscious. I always thought the point was what you did to us as a grown man. But then I remembered that child being formed in front of the fire, the tiny bones inside his soul, twisted in green stick fractures, the small tendons that hold the heart in place snapped. And what they did to you, you did not do to me. When I love you now, I like to think I'm giving my love directly to that boy in the fiery room, as if it could reach him in time. If we look at her poem's first line, we notice that it actually contains a central tension of the poem. It signals a shift in perspective that moves her from interpreting her childhood through the lens of self to seeking to understand the influences that shaped her father's childhood and thus his relationship with her. Ending that first line with the word you emphasizes the epiphany she is having that takes her out of I and actually reveals you, her father, almost as if she is now coming to comprehend him and is astounded in doing so. In fact, a few lines later, she is able to recognize him in all his childhood fragility, saying, "You move through the heavy air in your physical beauty, a boy of 7. In this moment, by imagining her father's childhood presence in unlit rooms, she understands the excruciating forces that shaped his adult actions, and in doing so is able to move beyond what she always thought the point was regarding her own childhood. Ultimately, she is able to extend toward her father a love that perhaps he did not receive as a child. Ultimately, she is able to extend toward her father. Just read that. She begins the poem's final lines admitting, "When I love you now." The you of the poem's first line is syntactically now the recipient of love. Love is actually positioned ahead of you. And hopefully her father is being formed in a way that allows the speaker not only to think of him differently, but also to conceive of her own self, to position herself differently in relation to him, to her understanding of him. Let me finish with a quick list of other ways to think about the line. I think one is always trying to write poems that one doesn't know how to write. Maybe these conceptions of lines can offer a way through this process. So I've just got a list of these here. The line or a line is a beginning, middle, and end, a small drama, a narrative in miniature, the line as a hypothesis, a proposition or premise that must be tested. Think about somebody like Dickinson or Szymborska. The line is a way to focus or to emphasize words, phrases, or sounds. The line is a way to re-see or to deepen what came before. The line is a reversal of thought. As a way to interrogate the idea the poem is working through. I think of a poet like Stephen Dunn. I mean, it seems like his lines always turn in on each other. Like he has a great line and the next one, oh yeah, they kind of interrogate. The line is a way of foregrounding or pushing forward to the reader a poem's most central concerns. The line is a unit of tension, holding in focus two images, phrases, clauses, or ideas meant to be weighed and considered or understood in relation to one another. I think about, here are a couple of examples. One is William Stafford. Mine was a Midwest home. You can keep your world. October and the leaves fall down. One feels the world go by. So you've got two things in the same line, but they seem to already create a tension. Think about someone like Allen Ginsberg or others who thought of the line as a unit of breath. Some people think of the line as a unit of timing, or what if we thought of it as epistemological? So, as you can see, there's so many other possibilities. Maybe if we thought of the line as spatial or the line as public, think about someone like Wigglesworth or Whitman, or the line as private, Paul Celan or Anne Bradstreet, Dickinson, and others, or the line as a confirmation, or the line as a challenge, the desire to step into the known versus stepping into the unknown. Here's W.S. Merwin. This is how I'm going to close this out. Here's something that Merwin said in an interview. When I was about 30, I really seemed to come to the end of a way of writing poetry, with the end of The Drunk in the Furnace. When I finished that manuscript, I thought, I can't imagine that I will want to write this way any longer. I wanted to write in a different way. This was not a judgment on that way of writing. It was just that I felt I'd come to the end of it. And I didn't know exactly what to do. I wasn't going to try deliberately to write differently. For a period of time, I didn't write poetry at all. And then one day I was thinking back to the time when I had been writing the last poems of The Drunk in the Furnace. All of a sudden, the first poem in A Moving Target came to me. It was a totally different kind of writing. In 6 weeks, I wrote about half of that book. The poems came out one right after another. They're all very different from each other and very different from earlier poems. And they were so different that people assumed this was a deliberate and judgmental break with everything that I had written before. I didn't think of it that way. I simply felt that I had finished writing in one way and didn't want to write in that way anymore. And if you change the way you write, you change what you write. And this was a moving on rather than a moving away from. Perhaps for some of us, the time has arrived to move on.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
There you
go. Now you can on the audio and we can have the Q&A. Anyone has questions can ask. Jeff?
Maybe a lot to digest.
Yeah.
I have a question. Hi, how you doing, Jeff? I'm glad I was able to attend after all with all the misinformation on the scheduling times. And when I look at the shape of the poem, and I really like a particular line break, I have to bounce it against the rhythm that I want. The rhythm has to be, it's high priority for me. And I find that sometimes a line break will make me want to stop there and not read on, which of course means that I trip when I read the next line. So all this is wonderful, what you've told us and all, but I would just want to add that always balance it against the rhythm that you want.
Yeah. There's a, there are lots of poets who've written about conceptions of lines. In fact, I think, I'm just now thinking of this, there was an issue of the journal Center, which I don't know if it's still in publication, but there was a whole issue devoted to the line. And 50 poets probably, wrote little chapters. And what you find, of course, is that everybody's trying to find some kind of order or balance. But what that sounds like or feels like to each of us might be, we're trying to make a case for it. So whether it has something to do with the balancing, as you said, John, the rhythm of what you're saying with that line break, it's almost like a lot of juggling, right? Like I've got meaning and sense, but I also want good sound. And then there are like 13 possibilities that are created by this. And I hear echoes, not just in this poem, but all through my work, and maybe allusions to other poets. And all of that might take place in one little line.
To me, line as a motion of the mind kind of connects with me, I think, because thinking of thinking kind of thing. So, because sometimes it just falls into place without maybe thinking of the thinking, but I think it's the sound, like you say. Yeah. So, yeah. David? Any questions? Yeah, it's a wonderful talk. There's a lot to digest, and and I like Richard Wilbur.
I was just thinking about something that Jeff said early on about meter. And I did a workshop with Thomas Lux sometime back. And one of the poems I had brought was in blank verse. And he said that he didn't like regular meter. People would get bored, so that by the third line, you need to change it up in some way. And of course, a lot of good iambic pentameter doesn't need to be changed up. Shakespeare does use variations in his meter, but he doesn't feel the need to get it in by the third line. He puts it in where it serves the purposes of the poem.
Yeah.
So much as I admire Lux as a teacher and a poet, I think that when you start setting up rules about what a line is and what a line should be, you start running into problems. And that's been my own particular problem. I'm a very rule and process-oriented person. So when I started writing poetry, I kind of had to throw all of that out. And the problem of what is a line and why do you break a line has, it has bothered me for the last 17 years or so since I got serious about poetry. In fact, that's one of the reasons I urged Vera to bring you in on this subject. So you give me a great deal to think about here, and I'm very appreciative of that.
Well, this idea just keeps getting more and more multiple for me when I think about it. I mean, I didn't really make too much reference to my own work here, but even my last book, A Clearing Space in the Middle of Being, which mostly was written 10 to 15 years ago or longer. And some of you may know this book, but I'd have a few lines, but I had a thought that would end, but it would only be like 2 words on a line by itself. But that's really where the thought ended. And I could massage and try, but I need some kind of symmetry, right? I think of a stanza, it concludes, but I had these 2 words. So I just dropped the next line and finished it. But I found, not the first time I did it, but the second or third or whatever, that this last word was the opposite of the other word, the last word. And so I'd have self or selfless, and then I created, most of that book is with that kind of conception of the line. And as I've talked about before, when I've discussed this book, when it came out, really all that happened to me was, oh, I don't think I've ever seen that before. And so, I've seen an iambic pentameter line before, but I've never seen this particular line. And sometimes a lot of my own poetry is very conventional and looks like other people's. And then I've got this other kind of thing I've done, which is just by accident, by experiment. My book that's coming out next year, Watermark, has all these visible 5-word phrases down the left-hand margin. That the poems kind of stitch back through these, but you can visually see this phrase. I'm sitting with my friend Michelle Miller in 2004 at Buckhead Coffee Shop, and I just said, "Hey, I got an idea for poems. I think I'm going to take like old phrases out of failed poems I've written and make them the titles of new poems." So I came up with this one. It's like, "Oh, how quiet must I be? That sounds cool." I made it the title, and because I wrote it this way, and because I'm a math-minded person, all of a sudden there's an X and a Y axis. And I just went, I literally, oh, well, no, I don't want that to be the title. I'm going to turn this like this. And I wrote them so far down a page with space between, and ended up doing these poems that kept stitching back through. But I had, 3 lines, 2 lines, 1 long line, and then it stitched back. And it just seemed like that was the shape that particular. And then I wrote 30, 35 or 40 or some absurd number of these. with all these phrases that were kind of central to my life. Some, some biblical, some from, You Must Change Your Life, Rhonda Rilke, Practice Losing Farther, Losing Faster. Whitman, Dickinson, I'm Nobody, Who Are You? So, and then, I've got other conceptions of lines, but every type of poem I write, I like doing something I haven't seen before necessarily. And some of you who, I don't know if you follow much of what I've done, but, I've got a lot of poems that have been published in either my books, and then the most recent chapbook I have out, Generosity Toward a Later Generation. There are 5 3-line stanzas, and every poem, it's a package. To me, it's just like a sonnet. I can pour something into a sonnet. Well, I can always write 3 lines, and then write 3 lines about something else that are kind of intuitively connected. And if I've got 5 of those, not 6, not 7, not 3, 5. To me, John, this feels like that 5 is the arc. Someone else is going to come along and go, yeah, Hardin missed it. I like this kind of shape he's doing, but it really needs 8 to breathe. Or somebody else says, I think 3 is enough. It's, you go on too long after that. But
yeah. Do you have that book?
Yeah. You talking about the chapbook? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this: Generosity for a Later Generation.
Okay.
And you can kind of tell, actually, this is one where occasionally I drop down the lines, which has to do with the syntax. This far into a new millennium, although this is from, I think I wrote that poem in 2004. This far into a new millennium, who speaks of affection for meadowsweet and flocks, just off the pathway. All right, so I could drop down that next line because grammatically, it's a phrase, right? Now, of course, not every poem does that. Just kind of focus on the ones that do.
Yeah.
That one. But I'm always playing around. That poem I wrote years ago, I thought I'd never seen a poem that had 3 very short lines, a word or 2 or 3 words at most, but just as a little unit unto itself, a 3-word stanza where the last word of every stanza rhymed. In winter, the pine trees' limbs filled with snow grow tense, with being on the verge, if not from weight, then from suspense, of crashing down along this length of side yard fence, which admittedly is little more than pretense. That's a slant rhyme, and holds nothing in, but nonetheless provides a lens, a frame, through which most evenings I admire a late light rinse down the barn's roof of 50 years of hedge apple dents. There where a child I often climbed, but haven't since, though where else ever felt so soul small and immense.
Wonderful.
That was just fun.
Yeah, you can hear the rhythm.
And I'll get on a kick like that. I wrote a whole bunch of those poems, most of which, of course, aren't any good. Not that one, I'm not saying that one's any good, but it's one I kept that made it in one of my books. I think No Other Kind of World has 3 of these short 3-line stanzas where the last word of every stanza rhymes. But those just seem to be the ones that I thought succeeded enough that I could, put them in a book or get them published. I think 2 or 3 of them were published in literary magazines. Not that that's an indication of whether they're any good or not, but Any other questions or?
Not really a question, I guess, but that quote you had from Jericho Brown at the beginning where he said, a break is a moment of doubt, even if only for a millisecond. I thought, I guess that goes in with the idea of the third line conception of the attentive, the attention.
Yeah.
That would be the doubt. And I really like lines that do that. And I was just talking with my students 2 days ago about Ulysses. We were looking at Ulysses. And of course, some of them had difficulty understanding it. And then when I said, I have a lot of people who don't understand poetry, but then I ask them to read it out loud and they're reading by the line, not by the punctuation. I said, so let's pay attention to the punctuation. And I just went through a portion of it, and where Tennyson had broken the line in the middle, had stopped it, but it kept going. I mean, stopped the sentence in the middle of the line and then kept going. So I heard two people go, oh, I get it. And I thought, see, those two people were reading metrically or syntactically. They wanted the poem to read like that for the lines, but, and so, I mean, it's a composition class. It's not a poetry class, so I don't go into all of that. But, just getting people to understand that, I like the way that Jericho Brown said it's a moment of doubt, because you wonder what's going to happen, what's coming next if you're reading effectively.
Or it can be a moment of expectation, where the next line thwarts it. Probably what I would really say is that whatever poem you discover or discover in the writing process yourself, or the poem you discover because you read this Marilyn Nelson poem or, Robert Bly or whatever, every poem might teach you a different way to think about a line. I think about, one of my favorite poets is Carol Frost. Her fantastic little small book called Pure, which came out close to 20 years ago now. But the first line of the title poem, he saw that the white-tailed deer he shot was his son. I remember the shock of that when I read it in a literary magazine. I forget now which magazine I read that in, but do I think of the line as occasionally a line is just shock. I mean, it's shock. You grab your reader. Yeah. And sometimes the beginnings of poems. Well, I mentioned Will Mills, but, and some of you may know the story. A lot of years ago, he called me over to Bell Buckle where he was living and read me poems. And he read me this one poem, and it had this line buried way down in it. And it said, "The men who built old churches all have died." And so after, he read and we were talking about it, I said, "Well, I really love this line." And the thing is I could quote it, right? It was so memorable that I'm just listening, but I hear it. "The men who built old churches all have died." I said, "That's your opening line for this." "Oh, no. Well, he gave me down the road. I loved Will. He gave me down the road for that. He said, "You don't understand what I'm trying to do with my poem." I said, "Well, it would require," I knew how to push his buttons. "It would require some work. Some people might be up for the challenge. Some time passed, of course. And did he rewrite the entire poem with that as the opening line? Yeah. Did he get it published? Yeah. Did it appear in his first book? Yeah. Was he reading it at Davis Kidd in Nashville? And some older guy who had been retired from publishing in New York City said, "Oh, young man, that was such a great reading. I'm just so looking forward to this book." And that one poem, the Steeplejack, "The men who built old churches all have died." And Will was just he's smiling, and he looked at me, and I just went, I tried to tell you. So, that's another kind of aspect of this conversation would be, after you've written a poem, go back through. Is there a line that should be the first line? you know, I mean, I've thought about, you know, like every time I've arranged a book, try to get a book published, all that kind of stuff. I've got 6 already, 6, and I've got a 7th one coming out. I have obsessed about the first line of the first poem, because I am setting in motion an idea, and every choice I make creates a different pathway through the woods, so to speak. And every choice I've finished with and actually gone to press with, you know, it's like I've factored everything down, and this is the last thing I'm holding on to, and this is the beginning of my book. And I want that first line and that last line of the book to be in conversation. And I don't know that I've created the best conversations between those, just that those are the ones I've settled with. You know, the first line of No Other Kind of World, you know, having read and loved a poem by Neruda. That's the first line. Good luck finding it again in all those pages, book after book. That's the first stanza. But having read and loved a poem by Neruda, this whole idea of like, hey, there's something, but you're wandering out into it. It existed somewhere. You had it at one time. Now you can't find it. You know, good luck finding it. I mean, he wrote so much. And then the last poem in the book, I Once Was Lost, you know, little echo there of Amazing Grace, the song.
Yeah.
And then the end of the poem says, you know, like always, I lose the thread of what I'm looking for as soon as I begin. And then what else to call it? I'm being led so that anywhere I go, I'm found. I once was lost. I end with the word found. I mean, that, you know, that's maybe cheesy, but I wanted that idea of like the book began with, hey, there's some resonant thing that you've found in, you know, in Neruda, and you're searching. And at the end of the book, you end on the word found. You know, Small Revolution begins with, you know, in times as hostile as these. And it ends with, you know, the leaves on the trees, from which I learned to hear applause. So the natural world is one in which I find, you know, connection and celebration and all that kind of stuff. But the world of language that we all wander around in times as hostile as these, you know, where everything is a minefield. Every comment you tweet, everything you say in a classroom, it's a hostile time to be in language, which is why, you know, I ended with the trees and the applause. So I mean, and every book of mine has done some, you know.
Yeah. And we have 3.5 minutes. So wonderful, Jeff. And I never thought of that, putting together a book the way, you know, the first poem and the last poem, having a conversation. Maybe the next time I'll think about it. It's pretty cool. And yeah.
Well, each one creates a different possibility, you know, and that's just, that's part of the fun of it. The thrill of it is trying to reason out those possibilities. Clearing space in the middle of being, you know, this was not the first poem in the book until the 6th time I revised it before publication. And like literally the last time I could make any changes. And but it begins with, isn't it odd how the page you most need, that's the first line, is the page you open the book to, though seldom is the day you need the one the calendar grants. And then this book ends with, but to learn how to unlearn what is necessary or what becomes distracting or what happens when promises made one by one begin to unmake explanations, giving them back into mysteries. So you can kind of tell that kind of line breaks there where I'm playing with explanation and mystery, and made and unmake, taught, unlearn.
Yeah.
It's playful and fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. I met Imelda at Dutch Poetry Festival, and she's, I love her poetry, very transcendental poetry. I heard her read and I sent her a text. Would you like to join us? And so, so she had been joining us time to time. And she is an Irish poet, has published 2 full-length collections. One is Shout If You Want Me to Sing by Summer Palace Press, 2004, and Serendipity by Revival Press, published 2015. And originally from Limerick, she has lived in Donegal, Ireland since 1995 and facilitates workshops in creative writing. This is a brief introduction. This is our monthly featured poet series. The first one for this year, we started also end of last year fall, we started this program. So we are honored to have her as our featured poet for January 2021. And the stage is yours, Imelda.
Thank you, Vera. I'm honored to be here. And as you said, we met at the Dodge Poetry Festival, and I posted on Facebook this week that the only really good thing to have come out of the pandemic for me has been the wealth of poetry that we've been able to access. And this is one of the things, getting in touch with people like yourselves and being able to sit with you on a Thursday evening night and to hear you all read. So I'm glad to be here with you. I'm going to start with the poem that I read that day at the Dodge Festival. It's Why I Love Poetry. I love poetry for the moose, for the fish, for the terrible beauty, the golden apples and the silver apples, for the earthworms singing and the dead in their glass-bottom boats looking down at us. I love it for the questions. What am I going to do with this one precious life? And the promises. I love how it makes me believe again and again that I am not alone. Out there, souls found the words for the heart's ache and its joy, dug them out with their squat pens, scattered them on the page like this season's first potatoes, offer them still. I love the friendliness of poetry, the way the poet expects me to see what they mean, like a friend would. I love the trust in that. I love that every poem is another hand reaching, warming. I love that it soothes, that it slowly softens the wax. So that's my homage to a great many poets that have touched my heart at different times. So from poetry, I'm going to move to architecture and share with you a poem that I hadn't looked at in a long time until somebody asked me recently to read it, and I was reminded of it. And in these days where we can't travel beyond 5 kilometers of our home, it seems really amazing to think that in days gone by, we'd hop on a plane and head for Barcelona. So this poem is, it's about a magnificent park in Barcelona created by the architect Antoni Gaudí. He was a master of
mosaic work and really fantastic creations. So in this park, there are turtles and salamanders and all sorts of beautiful curves and colors. So one of the iconic items there is a huge mosaic salamander. And this is my notion of how he might have built it. How to build a salamander. You'll need the kind of wife who shouts a lot, stamps her feet and throws things, pots, plates, all the crockery piled on the table. Better yet, a mistress or 2 girlfriends, lots of women smashing all around them. Give them reason to, it's all in the cause of art. When they leave, as they will, gather the bits, sweep all the broken pieces into piles, save them somewhere out of sight until the time is right. Then you'll know just when, climb to the roof of a house with odd windows, misshapen doors, sleep in the sun until your brain feels fried. When it seems as if the plane trees below are saying jump, when it seems that the sky has blue dragons painted on blue that only you can see. Call the boy, fill a barrow with your hoard, with plaster, wine, all the stuff essential to the work. Yellow, mustard, lemon, tan, terra, all blues, all greens, 100 shades, product of years of anger, product of fury and a name gone to mud. Pebbles, smooth, rounded, black, cream, polished, brown. Where the park will be, sit and wait until an eye blinks before you. Catch it. Place one cobalt shard right there and wait. The rippling of skin becomes a frantic challenge to capture. Work fast, grab pieces, bleeding fingers placing waves and rivulets of colors on the beast. The beast that calls you, only you to give it life. Under your hand, a heart beats. Under your hand, a quick tongue flicks, a cold eye glimmers. So that was my salamander. And from there, I'm moving to something a little less frantic, I hope. This is a short poem based on an epigraph from Rumi. Rumi said, there are 100 ways to kneel and kiss the ground. And I've always thought that there are so many ways to offer a prayer. And I love that phrase. 6 ways to kneel and kiss the ground. Stand stock still. Watch a red admiral sail beyond your garden and your neighbors. Place your palm on the warm bark of a maple. Pat it, pet it. If you're brave, put your face against the smooth grain of it. Wrap your arms tight around the trunk. Hug. Brush your nose in the shampooed silk of a 3-year-old's storytime head. Breathe air flowing in from the sea. Breathe air flowing down from the mountain. Lie on summer grass. Roll over. Feel the blades on your cheek. Place your lips on the earth. Kiss. So that's Master Rumi. And the next poem is also on a slightly on a theme of prayer. It is on a theme of prayer. It's oops. Oh, here we are. Yes, prayer flags. We pray for rain or an end to it, health continued or a return to it, for us, for friends, for all, for a good day, an easy heart, someone to love our sons, our daughters, For protection in peril, for souls gone from us, we pray. Each word another fragment on the endless fluttering string, connecting us to where our prayer goes. And always the only answer we really seek, are you there? Do you hear? So that was that. So from that, I'm going back to the beginning in a lot of senses. What's happened to me is I had all these nicely prepared little slips of paper in my book, and they're all slipping out as I pick the book up. So I'm searching for where I am. That'll teach me I better use sticky post-its in future. But I know where this poem is. This poem is the first poem in my first book, Shout If You Want Me to Sing. And it's called Origins, so it describes my origins. I come from a bog cotton, hawk cry, flat, plain place. From a father who was a motherless boy. I come from a factory chimney mouth of the river city, from a line of strong, proud women, good with their hands. From a mother who was eldest of 8, working at 12, keeping house for families where children older than she were cosseted and sent to school. I come from some place between the cold that called for greatcoats piled on the bed and the white hot heat of a Saturday night range. Somewhere between the piety of nightly rosary and the radical words of my father berating the clergy who persecuted the last few Limerick Jews. I come from times that were changing and carry a residue of times that never will. So I'm happy to say that poem has it's had a few reincarnations. You know, it keeps on popping up where people say that's a poem I really like. And Denise, who's with us tonight, is a wonderful poet and also a fantastic facilitator of creative writing. She works in schools, she works with groups, she works with lots of people. And she's honored me by sharing that poem as a kind of model or prompt with people. And she's always says it's the best I've done. So I'll offer that to Denise, and thank you for your encouragement. The next
Imelda.
Here. What was that?
Yeah, I didn't know if I was on mic or not, but there's something just about honoring your origins too, and I imagine there's something about
Yes.
reaffirming that every so often as well, you know, just as you were saying it resonated with me too. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'll continue with a poem that's also based in my hometown in Limerick, a childhood poem in Bengal Terrace, which is where my grandmother's house was. In Bengal Terrace, the day is a flagpole in the middle of the year between my birthdays. I am 9.5 today, and my pigtails are heavy. Auntie Imelda's paper says the date is June 1st. She reads and I lick my ice cream slowly. We sit on the white garden seat. Nana paints it every year in May, a fresh coat before it's needed. In 1 month, I will have holidays from school and from piano lessons, but I will still come on Tuesdays and Fridays to Nana's house to visit and have pineapple juice. Go to the shop for messages, milk in the can and ice cream wafers. I am 9.5 and the summer will be long. A bugle call fills the garden, echoes up the terrace, long notes, 3 repeated. I know it. I know that call. They play it at soldiers' funerals in the cemetery across the road. When soldiers like my grandfather die, they sound the last post. When my grandfather died, one of his pals came at night, stood at the gate of the house and sang that song. So my mother said, I never heard it sung, only played on the bugle. Soon the loud bang, loud guns, loud noise will follow, 3 volleys over the grave to say he was a soldier. And the smell will wander over the high wall to the garden where we're sitting. I am 9.5 when I realize it isn't only soldiers who die. Auntie Imelda tossing the newspaper, pink lips, pink nails, will die. Nana in the kitchen peeling potatoes will die. I, 9.5 with heavy pigtails and beginning to tan feet. One day, I will die. So I know that it sounds a bit morbid or gloomy, but it's a realization we all come to, isn't it? That one of these days we're not going to be here forever. We'll go. Everyone okay? I'll just keep going. So I'm still in Limerick with this one, and this is this one. This one describes very simply the walk home from town in Limerick. The journey home is what it's called. William Street, smell of chips and vinegar from the Golden Grill. Boyd's window, full of what I want next. The Woolen Company, with a mirror door for a Harry Worth trick, became a ritual. Don't pass without kicking up one leg, looking in the mirror at my marionette reflection. Past the bank corner and the pavilion, scene of first dances, maybe first kisses. Where William Street yields to Mulgrave Street, the Horse and Hound, the mart, the bacon factory with its squeals and smells. The jail's high walls and the School of Music, where I happened to see the president of Zambia on my way home from school one day. Asylum, walk on that side of the road, kicking leaves in autumn. Watch out for berry moss and the shouting man. Walk on where Mulgrave Street becomes the Tipperary Road, the road home, past the fair green, past the balconied houses. Turn the corner, across from the butcher's shop, St. Anthony's, I am home. It's probably a very particular sort of description, the bacon factory and the smells. And one of the interesting things to me was I mentioned seeing the president of Zambia, and my brother, who's younger than me, is a librarian and was he said, the president of Zambia never visited Limerick. You must have imagined it. You saw somebody from Africa and you took it to be. I said, no, I'm sure it was. I was on my way home and there was a big ceremony going on. I asked somebody what's going on and they said the president of Zambia is here. So we went back into the archives and sure enough, he discovered president of Zambia had visited Limerick. So I wasn't mistaken. I didn't invent it. So that was it.
Yeah, lovely poem. Very, very visual. I could imagine.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a few more that are, I was going to say, they're just typed out on paper, but they're from my forthcoming book. Whenever my next book comes out, these poems are likely to be in it. So
yeah,
thank you. This one, we've been joined since we started by my sister Mary there, and I'll say this one for Mary. It's called What Mother Said. She said she would give me a leather medal for passing exams. And she said I could never be anybody but myself. Who else would you be, she asked, as though I really doubted who I was, who I am. She said, you don't really have to measure, you just need to know how you want it to turn out, and that it's fine if something's different every time. Would you really want it to always be the same? Some things she didn't say, she just implied, or I took it as read, that it is good to take pleasure in what's good. that a little pleasure can be great if you go fully into it, like she would with ice cream. I wonder what it was she said the day the ladybirds came, the day we found her with a loveliness of them draped around her as she sat on the bench looking out over the rocks. How did she call them to her? Or what did she do that said, stay? We were there again this summer, my sister and I. We showed my son the place, the very bench she'd sat on. There should be a statue or a plaque engraved with the picture. Old lady with a lap full of ladybirds, all over her blue summer dress, and what she said. Lovely, she said, lovely. And this one is also from childhood. It's at homework time. At homework time, 2 or 3 of us might be there at the blue table, mutters and tuts and fingers tapping out numbers on the wood, frantic rubbings at mistakes. Dad at the crossword on his chair, the small lad on his knee, tracing lines across and down, repeating spellings as he heard them. When a pencil snapped or wore down too blunt, out would come the black-handled knife, sharpened on the back step, almost to a sickle shape, black handle long gone, the stump wrapped in butcher's twine. Only Dad knew how to twist the pencil to a perfect angle, whittle the end to just the right point. The knife returned to its accustomed place. He'd retrieve his paper, and the toddler settled back to his puzzle in the torpor of the range's heat. Silence might fall a while before the call to action came again. Time to close books for cocoa and jam sandwiches, winter nights. Here we are. Yeah, all right. Well, this one is called Tree Song. It was the voice of the wind in the trees, the beeches, pines, that big old sycamore beyond the wall that lulled me to sleep, murmuring an autumn lullaby, all shh, shh, shh. They said it was time for slowing, for settling in, told me I had gathered enough. It was time now to rest, allow silence to come for now. To wait, to settle and trust that after autumn, after winter, after rest, spring will come again. To know that what's been gathered, what's been stored will last. Every seed will come to its birthing time. Every root will one day cast its new shoot. I just thought I'd like to offer that as a poem of hope, really. No matter how things may seem, things are ready to come to fruition again.
Yeah.
And the last poem, there's a kind of blank space there with the name Finbar Loftus. That's my beloved husband there. We've been married. This is terrible. I think it's 7 months now, Finbar. Is it 7 months? 7 months. So this is a poem I wrote for him a couple of years ago. We were visiting my son in Malta. He was living in Malta at the time. And it's called Girls on a Bench Under a Leafless Chestnut Tree. It's not a painting or a photo, but a memory of turning to see them perched on the edge of the bench. We are standing at the kiosk near where the boats leave from Sliema for the city. We just want bottles of water. Wait while the woman makes up rolls for a tan-suited businessman. Her radio's playing that Adele song. We start to hum as the melody finds its way in, turn to one another to sing aloud, someone like you. There's a giggle and a long, isn't that sweet type of awe. The girls are charmed at our old age love. They don't know they're seeing young love, only recently found, years after it might have been, found in time to sing together, to take one another's hands, let the world see what it will. They say that it is sweet, this time, these days, these years, sweet, sweet. So that's for that's the last
Lovely.
of the offering for tonight. Thank you. You lovely.
Thank you.
Yours? Is that good?
Yeah. Thank you. They're wonderful poems.
What in terms of answers, if you have questions?
And you have a book titled Serendipity. Yes. Serendipity.
Sorry?
You have a book titled Serendipity.
Yes, that's Serendipity. One or two, a couple of the poems I read were from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And why you choose that title? And also, that's one of my favorite word, because I'm from Sri Lanka, and the word is originated from the base word serendip, which means Sri Lanka. Ancient times Arabs called Sri Lanka serendip, and from that only the word was developed, serendipity.
Serendipity.
Yeah, because they found this island, and there was a story about that, and then so that was lovely.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I like that in Barcelona you had a phrase, blue dragons painted on blue that only you could see. I thought that's awesome. The way of putting your imagination. Yeah, it's like, that's awesome phrase. Your imagination, only you can see blue on blue, but only you can see.
Yes, it was all imagination, because I don't think the man had any reputation for being crazy or having lots of white women. I used my poetic license there in that poem.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And then the homework, you said tapping numbers.
Yes, on the wooden table.
Yeah. So I immediately went back when I was little. Sometimes you're like restless. You just.
Yes.
So it's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone? Please go ahead. Any questions? Any comments?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Raju, when you were saying about your favorite word, serendipity, a favorite word of mine is synchronicity, because every day in life I get an example of it at some stage, that I just say, oh, there's another bit of synchronicity. And I just wondered, Imelda, have you ever written anything on that theme, or anything about coincidence? Because somewhere I read recently that coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. Something words to that effect. I don't know if you've ever heard that before, but so I'm always intrigued with coincidences and synchronicity. And, it's an area I love, and so just wondered if you've ever.
I don't know that I've ever specifically set out to write about it, but it's around, as you say, it's around so much the time that things happen in serendipitous ways, or synchronicity happens. Even the title for in both of with both of my books, I was stumped for a title. The first one came to me, as you're coming out of sleep and you're kind of half awake and not really there. The title for the first book, Shout If You Want Me to Sing, came into my head, and I just said, that'll be it. And that was it. Wow. And the second, Serendipity, I don't have a poem called Serendipity. And I was seeking, it was the cover we were looking for, actually. I was looking for the right image for the cover. And it just, appeared really. There was a chance to see of an exhibit, the paintings by Carmel Madigan, the painter of this cover. It's a bit shiny there, but it's wonderful. There's beautiful texture in her work, and it just turned up at the right moment, and I thought that was serendipitous. And then I thought, you know what? I bet somebody has a book of poetry called Serendipity already, because it's such a great word, and nobody had that I could find. There's a movie, and there's a shoe shop, and there's bookshops, but I couldn't find it. So I thought, okay, I'll have it if nobody else has grabbed it by now. So that's how it came about. Yeah, but it's a wonderful concept, and I think the more aware you are of serendipitous happenings, the more you sort of encounter as well. Yeah.
I'm impressed, Imelda, because I have similar experiences about half awake things strike you, and so I guess I don't know whether it's a night owl experience or what, but I have the same kind of things happening to me.
Yes.
Some paintings that I did paint like that. Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you, Imelda. I love your poetry, and it's especially wonderful to hear you read it. It's just such a joy to hear a poet read their poems. And I love all what you read, but Origins, as you were reading it, I think you said something like it was very specific to you, but as an Australian and a family history buff, I've been doing family history for about 10 years, and like a lot of Australians, and indeed many people in the US and around the world, we have Irish ancestry. So that poem touches me at an ancestral level, your poem, Origins. I can sort of really relate to it in some kind of deep ancestral way. So I really enjoyed hearing that. And I've been blessed to have been to Ireland. I wish I had have known you then. We could have visited. But it was a long time ago I was in Ireland. But I hope to come again one day. Your other poem I loved, especially was your Ways to Kiss the Ground. I found that touching. I have to say, sitting here, I've been brought to tears a few times by the poems you've read on this call. Thank you so much, Imelda.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's lovely to have you here. Deborah and I have known one another online through the Soul Collage community since 2006 to whatever, quite a long time. And Deborah does a wonderful thing on her Facebook page where she shares a poem from her bookshelf. Most days, is it? Most days? And
yes,
fabulously varied, and she always shares something about the poet, and it's beautiful. Really.
Thank you, Imelda. Yeah, the intention was that it would be daily, but I got a bit sidetracked with other things. But every now and then I have a flurry, and it happens every day.
Yeah.
I'm up to number 261 now. I have over 1,000 books on my bookshelf, so I think we're going to be going for quite a few years. So I don't consider myself
good reason to keep going.
Right. Yeah, I'll keep going. I don't really consider myself a poet. I do write haiku, and I have had a couple of haiku published, and I love that form of poetry, but I love all poetry. I was blessed to have a teacher in high school here in Australia who just completely sold me on poetry. I came alive when I was about 12 years old to poetry. And a lot of my friends thought poetry was really, really daggy and, what a waste of time. And I secretly loved it and kept reading poetry. And this teacher ended up giving me some sort of more or less private tutoring, really, in regard to poetry. And I've loved her ever since, because I think she's one of those people in my life who I believe changed my life for the better, helping to instill that love of poetry. So I'm a great poetry champion and aficionado, and
you are
like a lot of people. I was thrilled to see Amanda Gorman read at the recent inauguration of Biden-Harris government.
Yes,
it was wonderful.
That was so amazing.
Yeah. I wrote few poems inspired by the inaugural poem, and also wrote my own inaugural poem. So it's
Yeah.
Good.
So Deborah, you write poetry too, you said.
Haiku. I tend to write haiku. When I was younger, I wrote a couple of other poems, but mostly haiku I write. Yeah, very short form.
Okay.
I love that poetry, but I love all poetry.
Wonderful. Yeah. Francesca, any questions?
Oh yeah, I was wanting to say some stuff too.
Yeah.
I was in Ireland in 2019, summer of 2019, and got to see Ballycotton and some of the Cork and also Dublin. I wanted to see more because my Irish heritage is also there, and Irish Scottish, of course. Just learning a lot more about poetry and how things went, I guess, also when people moved over to England and established themselves. This week, or I guess it was this week, I learned about someone in my heritage, my DNA, was what Shakespeare's Dark Lady, a linear. I looked in both, and so I know for DNA and also a family tree, their families helped with music and helped with things like that. And she was like one of the fourth poets that came forth as a woman. So I was very proud to have been, find out about that history.
Yeah.
Because if she inspired some Shakespearean stuff, I thought that was just really wonderful. And then you kind of get when you're a poet, you get so many words that come to you, right? You get these words that just inspire you. And what's the most inspiring thing that you write your poetry from? Do you have an inspiration? I know you have Finbar there now to write with, but
inspiring thing.
Yeah, most inspiring thing that you write from. What brings you the most joy that you pick as a subject?
Apart from Finbar.
Yeah, because he's probably the most lovely. He's probably the most lovely.
He is the most
love
lovely.
from your heart for him is the memorable.
I over the years, I think nature actually, even though I the poem about the trees is probably the only one there that emphasized nature, but it's something I always come back to. And for me, there's so much to learn about living and life from how the world is around us, So I'll often just come back to, all through this time, the room I sit in here, there's a tree outside my window. So I've watched that tree from February of last year round the year now, and I've never paid so much close attention to it and what happens with it. And so I think it might be nature, but also I'm quite eclectic and scattered. I'm not a nature poet, and I'm not I don't know if there's a title you can put on what it is.
Right.
No. Yeah. So, and what inspires me can be anything, really. And I think almost anybody would say that writes. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I felt her poem kind of transcended like nature, creation. That's how I felt. And the origin poem also is hard to write, and I really enjoyed how you wrote. And you had a phrase, if you don't mind reading it, born of the chimneys, in your poem titled Origin.
I'm afraid my connection has gone poor and I haven't heard that. You asked a question. You wanted me to read?
Yeah. In the poem Origin, there's a stanza that born of the chimneys.
Yes. At the beginning, I come from a factory chimney mouth of the river city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
It's a mixture. It starts with the bog. My father was from the Midlands of Ireland, where the bogs are, from the countryside and my mother from the city, where the factories are.
That's very catchy. Yeah, the chimney.
Thank you.
Yeah. David?
Well, I've been listening to an audio version of a biography of Adrienne Rich in the last week or two. And basically, she was bullied by her father into becoming a great poet.
Wow.
He was apparently a horrible human being, but he did create this impulse in her to be a great poet.
Strive for greatness, yeah.
But most of us have to make ourselves poets. And I was wondering if you could tell us something about how you made yourself, first of all, a poet, and then as good a poet as you are.
Wonderful.
Well, it's very kind of you to phrase it like that. How I think, like a lot of people, I had the impulse to write when I was a child, and I did. And God bless them, my parents were very encouraging. They didn't bully me. That's probably why I'll never be a great poet, because I wasn't bullied into it. I'll only ever be wherever I am on the scale of mediocrity. But so as a child, I wrote. As a teenager, I wrote, angst-ridden poems that I hope will never see the light of day. But I didn't write for a long time in adulthood until I was a mother. I'm pretty sure I was in my 30s maybe, and a friend brought me to, that's it. At school, I thought poetry has nothing to do with me. It's all old men, writing about things that happened long ago, and it didn't interest me really at school. Except there was the occasional poem that caught my eye, but for the most part, no. And then in my 30s, at one stage, a friend brought me to a poetry reading, and it just fascinated me. There were women like me that got up to read poems about their lives, and it blew my mind that people, you can write poems about real things that real people are interested in. And so I went home and I wrote a poem that night, whether it was, I don't know what it was, but that was what started. Then 25 years ago, when I moved here to live in Donegal, I was very fortunate to fall in with the right crowd, I suppose, to meet people who were also writing and creating a lovely community of writers there. And Denise is part of that. And so I haven't done academic study, but I've been very, very fortunate to have the opportunity to work with really some great poets in workshops and, summer schools and things like that. So it's the regular being with other people who are into poetry, doing what you all do, sharing your poems and supporting and encouraging one another, really, and reading.
Exactly. That's the whole reason we had, our Tennessee poets and poets from the neighborhood that we do locally. Originally started as a TV program, and we host local poets and we read local poets' work. And so we said that neighbors and they expanded to the neighborhood counties. And now via Zoom, our neighbor, yesterday I was telling the TV crew, our neighborhood has expanded now worldwide. I'm having an Irish poet tomorrow for featured poet.
I'm very honored, very honored.
So it's, that's the whole thing about inspiring each other to, that's the best way. So we hope the younger generation, even the old, they may have the potential, never inspired. So it takes just one reading of somebody or some poem. So that's the hope. I'm glad that we have a taste for poetry and we can write it. That other people appreciate, you kind of, when others tell you are a poet, it takes a while to believe that. So eventually had to believe it, so.
Yes, if you write poetry, you're a poet. That's it. Nobody has to give you that. giving the title. You
It took me a while. Yeah, it took me a while.
Yeah.
When people kept saying, then I was like, okay, like that. So, yeah, so it's amazing that I'm so amazed at the audience and the fanfare you have, and honored to have you. So this is our inaugural featured poet series, and thanks, Corey, for coming on. And
glad.
Yeah, you'll enjoy her poems. They are witty and musical, and
thank you.
she has a chapbook that's "Heaven Is the Moon," and a new book, "Sugar Fix." And she's also the inaugural poet laureate of Murfreesboro, and the mentor at the MTSU Wright. And so let's enjoy at once she finish reading. You'll have a chance to ask her questions about her poetry and stuff.
So I'm going to read this evening a few poems from my book, Sugar Fix, which, as Vera mentioned, came out. It came out about a year ago. And because I figured we were all writers, I thought I would share a few poems that, to me, either they make a good model for your own poem, or, I have some kind of story about how they came to be that might inspire your own writing. So the first is this poem called As the Story Goes. And this is after a poem by Vandana Khanna, whose book I'm sorry, that light is so terrible. You can't even see that. There we go. Afternoon Masala. She came to Southern Festival of Books several years ago.
Oh.
And she's a transnational American and Indian. And I love these poems. They're very spare, fairly spare. You've already figured out I tend to be wordy. So I haven't even read you a poem, and I tend to be wordy. I'm that Southern, want to talk all the time kind of thing. And these are narrative poems, and yet they're spare enough that I think they're very elegant, and I really enjoyed them. And she has this poem called Insignificant Beginnings. And just the idea of it is, what's your origin story? But I wrote my own version of that, and kind of what's the mythology of your birth? What do you know, or what can you make up regarding the mythology of your birth? And so kind of based on her poem, I wrote my own called As the Story Goes. Before I was born in a city that loves the taste of marshmallow pies, a sign, a gypsy peddler jangling pans and fortunes, telling me to sing, to move, to grow ever restless of the same view. My mother, nourished 9 months by Burger King, on the day of my birth ate an apple ripe as her small womb. She would need the doctor, curse his knife. My father, just back from service, all square shoulders and cleft chin, searched for the job that would keep him from us hours and holidays, swearing duty, food on the table. These facts melt warm and familiar as spun sugar on my tongue. But I started longer ago as a ship that lost its way, as the rain and muck of a wilderness trail, as the shelter of a cave, as a place called Sugar Fork, where bats at twilight once circled and swirled like Cherokee dancers, where against a sky darker than spent earth, stars float still like manna, a hope that never fell. So my question, for you is, if you were going to say where you were born in kind of a riddle or whatever, so what's the city that loves the taste of marshmallow pies?
I guess that's Nashville.
No.
No. Oh, is that the I know the
You're
moon
close.
pies.
Yes,
Moon pie?
yes. So it's Chattanooga. And you know,
Okay.
Chattanooga doesn't strike me as a very poetic word necessarily. I mean, it depends on maybe, but that and I've forgotten what she says. Let's see, she says in her poem, how does she put it? Let me see. Yeah, she says, before I was born in a country that loves the sound of vowels. So just, you know, how do you, you know, poetically express where you're from in some very small phrase? And so, yes, I am from Chattanooga.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I also, so you already know, so I, you know, I steal other poets' inspiration for sure. And I also steal a lot of fragments, and y'all know I don't really mean steal, but I borrow a lot of fragments of speech that I hear from other people, little stories that people tell me, images. And this is really kind of what came about from a collage of several different things, and somehow they magically fell into one poem at some point, even though the initial idea for this is this image that is introduced at the first of the poem. And that's the idea that some bluebirds get stuck in a stove pipe, in an antique stove at a cabin. So here's this poem. It's called There's a God of False Starts and Tragic Mistakes. A friend says she can't embrace, can't speak another word about this small finality. At her cabin, mostly empty for the winter, bluebirds flew down the stovepipe and couldn't get back out. Twice. The first time she rescued them, but this time she was too late. I think of a man who planned to come back from the dead as an owl, and wonder if those poor birds caught in her cold wood stove had a previous life, or if they're headed to another life now. Well, sure they are, at least in the form of carbon and dust. I'm no mystic, but someone once said that the lives we don't choose still leave their marks upon us. Once I wanted to be a pilot, and I learned to fly a small plane above the rolling hills of home. But every time you take off, you must also land. I was never good at landings. So then I wanted to be a musician, and I learned to sing and play a small guitar. But music depends on breath, and I haven't always been good at breathing. Still, I will go to my grave wanting to fly and sing like a bird. Is it such a weakness to come to a cold end trapped in hope? Praise those birds as you found them, I tell my friend, against dull ash, a bright, persistent blue. So like I said, she came up, this is my neighbor, and she came over and was talking about finding these bluebirds in her stove. And she's actually an artist, a painter. And so she was talking about just how vivid they were and how terrible it was to find that bright, bright blue against that ash. And that stuck with me. And then later, I was visiting someplace, an older house, and who lived there now was telling me that the guy who had lived there before planned to come back from the dead as an owl. And just that idea of another kind of dead bird, it was like, oh, those thoughts go together, you know. And then of course, flying somehow worked its way in. And so anyway, you know, it's interesting to see. Sometimes I think we're not that conscious of how we pull these things together, but that was one that those bluebirds had been waiting. And when that person told me about this guy that wanted to come back as an owl, it was like, oh, I see, these things, they go together, you know. So anyway, now Vera has said I'm witty, which is It made me nervous that you said that. No. So here's, and I do, I guess I do like to try to include some humor in my poems. I don't think everything needs to be all serious all the time. And so this is a poem that is not as serious. And I meant to find the particular poem that kind of got me started on this. I think it's a Rita Dove poem, and it's just a real short one, but it has the line in it, "When I was young." And so one time I was just thinking, well, where does that go if I follow that idea? When I was young, what? And so the name of this, the title of this is "So Long to the Good Old Moon." And that comes from a Life magazine headline, July 4th of 1969. So that's right before we were landing on the moon. Life had several whole issues, devoted to the trip to the moon. And that particular article was focused on, well, once we're there, is it going to be everything we think, or is it kind of going to blow away all of our mythology about the moon and what we've believed? And so anyway, and I am something of astronauts were, like my first heroes. And I've always been really interested in science and technology. And so anyway, this kind of comes together in this poem. So long to the good old moon. When I was young, I wanted to go to the moon, but I've only made it to Milwaukee, which is to say I have learned about adjusting expectations. When I was young, I planned to move to the big city, any big city, but my hometown grew and grew in a labyrinth of commerce around me, which is to say only certain bodies at rest tend to stay at rest, not to mention good urban planning is a must. When I was young, I was going to drive a Porsche 944 flat on the floor, but I've been all four-door sedans and minivans, full of kids I was not planning, and a husband I was not planning, the latter of whom came into my life wearing plaid pants, which I was definitely not planning. Which is to say that love is the unbalanced force unnamed in Newton's first law. And I learned early on, one, to accept people as they are, even if they have no fashion sense. And two, planning will only take you so far. But love will take you everywhere, even to Milwaukee in winter, which is to say, although I reserve the right to complain, we do what we have to do. Older now, I take uncommon pleasure simply anticipating an afternoon cappuccino from a powdered mix, which is to say life is improbable. And if you look, you'll find a galaxy in your cup, perfect and round and spinning.
Very good.
Thanks. So can I answer some questions? Can we talk? Do you want to read? How do things go, Vera?
You can read a few and then we can ask, I think. You can read a few more.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah? Is that okay with everybody?
That's fine. Sure.
All right. All right. So another thing, of course, that's fun to do is just to respond to or take a line from another poet. And one of my favorite poets is Cecilia Wallach, who is originally from Kentucky and lives in California and actually lives in Europe a lot of her time. But she has a poem called Fireflies, and it starts out with the line, "And these are my vices." And she goes to name some vices, and then her poem kind of turns towards a story. But I've loved that idea of just, what are your vices? What are you going to own up to? and to either make that a list poem or just, follow it. And so my poem using that line is called Love Me Anyway. And these are my vices: envy, sloth, sugar, butter, salt, sweet wine in screw-top bottles, cheap sparkly jewelry, and saying yes to every good cause and even some lost ones. And how I dance gracelessly and abandon novels too easily and drift from my sentences, especially in the bleary mornings after late nights strumming song after song till my fingertips ache. And how I'm not bold enough to always speak for all that's right, and not faithful enough to believe in the power of prayer more than I believe in the curve of my hips, because, as I already said, sugar, your lips, your voice, the way my insides quicken, how even though it irks you, I never close the pantry door, the packages perched inside, bright birds that sing our paradise. And I'm hungry. I'm always hungry for more. Tell me a vice, Catherine.
I'm sorry?
Tell me a vice of yours.
Tell me advice?
Yeah, what's one of your vices?
Oh, one of my vices. Well, first thing that came to my mind is chocolate.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bruce, how about you? You have any vices? I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
No, I was just thinking, because what pops into my mind is, I think, not a vice, more like a shortcoming. A vice. Sometimes I can't hear anything except the sound of my own voice.
I understand that. David, how about you? You got any vices?
Well, lately it's been computer games.
Ah, yes, which could lead to some late nights, I imagine, or to definitely some distractions.
Mostly distraction.
Uh-huh. Vera, how about you?
It's just reading, listening to other poets. So I'm trying to do that more now.
Yeah.
So she's wanting true confessions tonight. That's really.
No, I'm just trying to get you started a little bit.
Okay. Just kidding.
And it did help me to think about, what my husband would say my vices were. I think some of those made it into my list, So a lot of the poems in Sugar Fix are actually different relations of mine, my kin who I've given voice to or who I am writing about. And I'm trying to decide a good one to share with you here. Are any of you into genealogy? Anybody?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll share one that is based on something that I found while doing my genealogy. So I grew up with my grandmother was a big storyteller. And so I grew up with this idea of us being descended from Cherokee, which of course is not unusual if you're a Southerner like me. And I was always super interested in trying to find actual genealogy that showed that. And eventually, what I learned over the years is so often the family that she was descended from was called, mulatto. They were of mixed race. But I found the census in which this family that for years, for decades, is being referred to as people of color or mulatto or whatever the term was in that certain census. in the 1870 census, they suddenly become white. Now, we don't know why, but I have to, my imagination runs with that and says, well, how did that happen? And so this is based on the actual census showing, this is, I think, my third great-grandfather, who he and all his family had been mulatto, and now they're white on this census. So this is from the 9th United States Census, June 8th, 1870, Macon County, North Carolina. It's called "The Assistant Marshal Makes an Error in Judgment." Even though he has read and reread, best he can, the instructions sent direct from Washington, even though he employs a sturdy portable inkstand, quality ink he blots dry with unpracticed diligence on strictly confidential wide white sheets. Even though important scientific results depend upon his questionable R's and too short L's, his tedious recording of name, age, occupation, and color. Assistant Marshal J.T. Reeves, who some call carpetbagger, now sits amiably on the porch with one Willis Guy, farmer, age 59, and reads back to Mr. Guy all he has written, so mistakes may be corrected on the spot. The marshal is not from around these parts, and Mr. Guy, previously known as mulatto, previous to that known as free-colored person, if asked, would claim Catawba, Cherokee, even the dark Portuguese, but figures it best to keep his silence at the government man's ditto of column 6. Like that, Mr. Guy and all his kin become white. Mr. Guy would admit he isn't as good at letters as his children, but squinting sideways at the marshal's ledger, he knows the unmistakable difference between W and M. So, of course, I can't know what the real story was, but we do know that in 1870, the census takers were sent from Washington to come take the census in the southern states, because, of course, this is just shortly after the Civil War, whereas before the Civil War, the census takers were probably local people. So the local people would have known, oh yeah, that's that mulatto family. So my theory is that the marshal, J.T. Reeves, who was sent here, didn't know the locals. And so he walks up and he thinks, oh, you look like a white family. And he wrote them down as white. But of course we won't know, but that's just one of the family stories that's reflected in these poems. Oh.
I've got a question. I might have misunderstood your preface. Are you saying that he just, sort of made a mistake, a categorization mistake? Or I thought you were saying that in the 1870 census, they had changed the, racial classification system that had come before. And so did they in fact change it?
I can't tell you off the top of my head if the classification names changed in 1870. They did tend to change almost every decade. It seems like there would be slightly different terminology and qualifications, if you will. But no, my intent, though, is saying that it's not because classifications changed. It's because the census taker made an assumption that had not been made before. So, all right, this last poem is called Untold Story. And so again, this idea that a lot of these poems are different voices of people I'm kin to, or stories that I've heard about. But the real glue of all that is these stories that my grandmother told me. And so this is about her. Untold Story. She was religious about reading aloud. Ann Lander's advice in the Free Press, Jell-O salad recipes in Good Housekeeping, letters and postcards from cousins, and one odd relation all the way in Australia. But neither of us ever said a word about the National Enquirer, which she'd pick up in the Winn-Dixie checkout next to the gum and chocolate bars, as if it were essential as milk and sugar. Back from the grocery on a summer afternoon, she'd start supper and I'd slip away to the overwarm sanctuary of her modest living room. Thin floral carpet, knotty pine walls, and a nubby mauve sofa where I, a sensitive and impressionable child, would spread the tabloid and kneel before it to absorb cover to cover and back again until my knees ached, the gospel of my disbelief. A moon landing hoax, an alien abduction, a two-headed motherless kitten nursing a domesticated squirrel, and of course the secret lives of stars. What is it that makes us want to swallow a story whole? To think only one version can be true. We were not true disciples, but my grandmother tended the altar of narrative possibilities. This woman with an 8th grade education who I never saw reading a book. Thanks. So my grandmother really did only have an 8th grade education. And she did read some books for sure. She was, like I said, a storyteller and something of a everyday philosopher even. But boy, she picked up that National Enquirer, and I could not wait to get home with that. Now, my mother would not have let me read that kind of trash, but you know, as soon as we get back to the house, I would have that out and I would read every bit of it because it was the original fake news, right?
Yeah.
So they could make something out of nothing really good.
Yep.
And aren't candy bars essentials?
Well, yes, definitely.
Speaking as a chocoholic,
in my family, they are definitely essential.
Yes, I can understand that.
So
that was sweet. I love to. My grandpa. I have a poem about my grandpa. And, you know, grandparents have such an influence we don't realize, and I would not give anything. My grandparents were just a rock in my life, and it sounds like your grandmother was so special to you.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, they are, and that's what I realize now. That link is not there for many people. So you know, because everybody's everywhere and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I try to Zoom with my grandkids, but it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Of having that one-on-one love.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Your poems are like Bruce's. I like them.
Thank you.
This. So when I write, mine are not that complex. They are like simple, you know. But I like yours, very layered, and then you know, they weave through, and then you just pop a cherry on top, and very satisfying finish.
Thank
So
you.
do you always like, do you try, like when you write, do you always do that, or do you go back and try to revise it until you get that feel of that satisfaction?
Yeah, I think that I find that sometimes that happens naturally, and I even will write past the ending, you know, the first time. And so it's in revision that I realize, again, I think that's my storytelling, and even kind of the teacher in me. I want to make sure you understand everything, and then sometimes I need to pull back from that. And but a lot of times, even in the first draft of something, I'll find that the ending is there. It may not always be, like I said, quite at the ending, but yes, and some poems I do a lot of revision on, a lot.
Oh.
And there's poems that, in fact, even in poems in Sugarfix, some of them were around for years, and they just weren't quite doing what I wanted them to do or whatever. And then at some point you get them back out and work on them again and maybe have a little bit more of a breakthrough. But I think too, I retired like 5 years ago now from my real job in IT. And I think that, writing had been my side thing for so long. And now that I do have more time for it, my habits have changed, and I can really tell that it has made it easier for me, I think, to get to what I want, on the page, which makes sense. It's just, the more you practice, the more you can,
So do you keep your original version?
Good question. Yes, a lot of times I do keep that original because I think I want to hold on to that original impulse.
Yeah.
And sometimes, now I don't keep every version of everything I've changed, but sometimes to be able to see that, oh, here we are at revision number whatever, but what was it I was really after that, that made me start writing this? Sometimes that's important to know. So yeah, a lot of times I at least keep that original.
Yeah.
And I write in longhand. So that's another thing that's good for me, because I just find that I write and then I a lot of times don't try to do anything with it for months. And then I go back through and I'm looking at things, and the things that grab me then are like what I really want to, work on more.
So I used to write longhand, but then I find myself driving or doing things and counts gone. So I have lost many, because then I try to write it. It's way different, and it's not the one that was there.
Right.
Like that.
Yeah.
But now I try to write on my iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
So that's helping me.
Now, see, that would drive me nuts. But a lot of the people who come to Poetry in the Borough, the younger people, I mean, that's the way they're doing it. And now I'll write a note to myself on the iPhone. Like you said, inspiration hits while you're away or whatever, and I will put a note in. But it would drive me nuts to try to do a whole poem on it.
Now because for me that's working out though. So so I'm reading something or watching something, and then I'm like, then I write at least 2 or 3 lines and then keep it. Then go.
Makes sense.
When I was in graduate school, my first semester advisor specifically told me to start writing by hand.
Yeah.
And he even suggested a fountain pen rather than a ballpoint. And I found that it really does kind of change your relationship with the text. For a while, I was working with a dip pen. I think the cat just knocked out my video.
No.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
There's just something different about the rhythm and the feel of it. I can write prose on the computer, but poetry, no, the first drafts have to be done in my little notebook with my fountain pen.
Yeah. I'm a lead pencil girl myself. And but it is, there is something about that whole tactile part of writing it down. And I'm the same, David. I mean, if I just need to, crank out a article or something like that, I do write it on the computer, but especially for poetry, And I think just for journaling, because for me, kind of journaling and poems end up getting kind of woven together. So
yeah. So I was writing like that, and then I was thinking, oh, I may not be able to do the way I am writing on a notepad if I'm doing it on the computer. So then I was starting to write, and I think the first one was the one, the birthday memo. I think you commented on it, like I said, torrential love. So you said you loved that phrase.
Right.
Yeah, so that it was late night and I was writing, and it was coming like if I was writing on the pad.
Yeah.
So that was unexpected. I didn't think that. So it caught my surprise almost.
I found, of course, I'm old enough. When I started out doing stuff, I was writing it by hand and had a secretary who would type it into a typewriter and then even make carbon copies back in the day because the Xerox machine wasn't around. But I've gotten to the point now in the last few years, the first thing I learned to do was dictate. And so if I were to try to write on my phone, so to speak, I would do the voice recognition stuff maybe. Although it's inconceivable to me that I could do that with poetry. I mean, I only really did that with correspondence.
Right.
But what happens to me is I'll be, thinking of a line or a couple will come together, and then I have to go and grab a little notebook and start writing them down. And I'm never able to, I don't know how the dictation works, but I'm never able to write exactly what I had thought like 5 minutes before. So it's already changed, but I need to write it down or I'll forget it, sort of. And then I find that after I do that, and I probably have jotted down maybe fragments and maybe 15 or 20 lines on a piece of paper or something. After a time, I'll go back and sit down and start to, type it, turn it into a typewritten thing. And as I do that, I change it around and I add a lot of, it does seem to me like it's fragmentary when I think it's fragmentary even when I write it by hand, and the structure of it begins to come together when I'm typing it. And playing around with it then on the word processing. Typing on a regular typewriter could never do it. It's useless. But word processing is what makes all the difference for me. And then I find that as I play around with it more and more, I experiment with the line breaks, and I you manipulate it with the word processing software. It's so easy to do, and I can look at a number of variations. And I add sort of an idea phrase. I then try to turn into a more poetic phrase, or something.
Yeah.
But I do all of that on the computer.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's his poems are very more like intellectual, like philosophical. I enjoy it. It's like Bruce has his own.
Well, if I make, Corey, can I
read
make an observation or ask sort of a question observation of you? Because in just hearing the 4 or 5 poems you've read tonight, I am struck by something that I really admire, and I think it's noteworthy. One thing is you establish a personal form of address with the reader, and I think an extremely effective way.
Thank you.
And I always really flip-flop back and forth. Should I write this in first person singular? Should I write it in the third person, singular, I, he, she, whatever. And I establish a stance and a distance in a given poem by that choice, that choice of pronoun.
Yeah.
And but even when I use the first person singular, I don't think I achieve the effect of direct address or intimacy that you do.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of like, just come right on. And I was born, in the marshmallow pie city, or something.
Yeah.
And you leave no doubt. If I wrote something like that, the reader would not be quite sure whether I was born or not. It would be, and I'd put an ambiguous spin on it somehow. But you're very direct. So that strikes me. And the other thing that strikes me, at least a couple, maybe all of the poems you've done. And I mention this because I think that's what Vera's talking about with my own poems. I try to be very concrete and sort of down to earth, and then hit you with a piece of more, transcendental or right. Eternal wisdom.
Yeah.
And you do that at the very end. I mean, a couple of your poems, you have, you've been playing around with I don't know what, and then all of a sudden,
right.
We've got the blue tinge of the dead birds in the pipe. My God, that that I think is a very philosophical ending.
Right. Yeah.
So anyway, I'm impressed and struck by those aspects of what you're doing.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate that. It's really important to me. So I'm self-taught as a poet, and as I mentioned, I worked in tech, and my degrees are in computer science and industrial studies. And so, I think I got to take 1 or 2 lit classes in when I was in college, but there wasn't back then. I mean, I wanted a double major, and you just didn't do that. At least, I was not encouraged to do that at all. And so I'm so self-taught, and that, I know I'm aware that sometimes that's not good. But of course, I've tried to do a lot of my own reading and studying through workshops and all these sorts of things to get better at maybe, I think I've got that ear because I grew up with this storytelling, tradition. And I've got that, maybe it's that intimacy as well that, I want to engage. That's just who I am. And so maybe some of that translates to the page naturally. But okay, I had some point. Darn it. Wonder what it was. Oh, anyway, thank you. Oh, it's when I was first starting out. I know what I was going to say. And I was really trying to understand literary poetry. And of course, as we know, I mean, there's so many different styles, and there's no right or wrong and so forth. But I kept coming across this idea of accessible poetry, and how, some people kind of put their nose, look down their nose at this idea of accessible poetry. But I came to understand through listening to poets read, going to conferences and hearing them read, that I wanted to be accessible. And sure, does that mean that I'm always just, a lightweight about what I'm talking about? No. But I want to be, approachable and accessible. So yeah, that's good. I guess that you observed that, Bruce, and I appreciate that.
I didn't mean to suggest that there was, I put, what's the right word, kind of a simplistic quality about it, even when you're describing everyday objects and activities. It's obvious. I think if one were to read you and have time to think about it more, I think it would be obvious that there's a great deal of artistry, and the words are not there by accident. In the form and order that they're in, they're not by accident.
Yeah. That's what.
It isn't always easy to be accessible.
No.
Right. It takes a lot of work to reveal yourself. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you my most requested poem, and oh Lord, you've heard it so many times, those that's in here that know me, but you'll hear the country music in here. all the time. It's called Is That You, Mama? Is that you, Mama, that just put a hand to my brow? And today when I couldn't work things out, was that you who showed me how? Was that you, Mama, who just turned on the porch light? You always had one at night. You always had one on to keep me safe at night. Was that you by the stove cooking beans and cornbread? And was that you during the night standing watch beside my bed? Was that you, Mama, who knocked that old bumblebee away, and you who called me in for supper when I came in from play? I know I felt you kiss my knee when I bumped it on a chair. And Mama, when I knelt to pray, was that you listening there? Is that you, Mama, was that you? Did God let you come home to me? Or maybe you never left. I was just too blind to see. Or was it I felt so bad today and you knew I needed you and God let you visit for just a day or two? Well, Mama, I'm okay now. You tell the Lord I said hi. Was that you, Mama, that just kissed me bye? Boy, that poem has sold this book. And people cry and go. And academics who read with me throw up when they hear it. But you know what? I lean over and I say, if you write something about your mama, you might sell a few books. You know, I love to just tell people off. I've just done that all my life. Well, anytime I read a sad one, I read a funny one. This is something else. Like I say, everything in here people relate to. Everybody has been bored in church. You just can't help it. Everybody but Betty Jean. This is called Counting on Sunday. He didn't have his heart in his sermon. If he did, it didn't show up in any enthusiasm in his voice, and I didn't have my restless soul in church. If I did, I wouldn't have counted the 823 bricks on the wall outside of one of the 48 window panes behind the 16 white shutters that helped shade the sunlight off of 11 crosses, 2 brass, 4 on cloth, one a plaque that's nailed to the rail that leads to the wooden one that's carved on the altar just left of the wooden one, the holes of page numbers that face the one in concrete on the baptismal font that stands beside the organist who is married to the preacher who has a silver one hanging around his neck as he speaks to 10 women, 8 men, and 4 children who sit in 21 pews that hold 161 hymn books under 78 electric candles that shine on 5 doorknobs and 2 flags that stand over 11 eyeglasses, 7 necklaces, 2 flower arrangements, 1 hair bow, 1 bow tie, 1 silver barrette, and a sermon in a pear tree. So,
Hi, I'm KB Ballantyne, and I live in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I will be reading from my new book, Edge of the Echo, which came out with Iris Press. This first poem is called Darkness Has a Shape, and the line is a gift from Lucille Clifton. The first line is, Demon, demon, you have dumped me, like Sylvia's daddy into red poppies that blister my skin, settle into my heart. Nobody cared if the moon went black when he shrugged and walked away. The trees groaned as he passed, wrens winging through shifting leaves. Each knows where the others are. When doubt clutches the belly, the brain refuses to play its part. An actor on strike, nothing to say, lines lost or broken, tumbled into the darkness of yesterday, falling away from tomorrow, where everything is only waiting. This next poem is called Aurora at Rest. Sandy Coomer out at Rockvale has been doing some really great workshops, and she had us doing an art ekphrastic workshop one day, and so we got to write poetry and do artwork. And the artwork that I did ended up looking like the universe to me. So that's where this poem comes from. Aurora at Rest. Nightmares can't scorch her sleep, only dissolve as stars spin, ring the universe. Slivers of dreams coalesce, gathering strength and light, though silence and shadow surround her. Color swells and explodes, and even the darkness cannot consume her. She doesn't see it yet, but veins of promise pulse, sequin the galaxy. Sunbursts surge and spiral. Like a phoenix, she wakes, blazes with life. And this last one is for all the writers who like to speak to their muse. Words dropped, shining. You hide on my porch, wait until I brew tea and bring cream to the table. You scorn all candles except patchouli, musk and moss slipping into the air, bees clinging to the screen, wrens brushing close. You like the restlessness of the nuthatch, the cardinals as they hop from one feeder to the next. Steam drifts from the pot as I pour a cup. Let it heal my somnolence. All morning you embrace, refresh me, and ink surges across the page. But you wane as the sun slides high, higher, moths brushing by, and then you're gone. Cup and saucer smudged and stained, notebook crowded with scribbles and blots. Promise to meet me tomorrow. Thank you. This is called Valkyrie, and for those who might not know, the Valkyries were the ones who decided who lived and died in battle according to Norse mythology. Valkyrie. Back when the earth ran red, fire and blood steaming the streets, the fields, when wings were in fashion and we soared to each occasion, as tiny as dandelion seeds, as large as eagles. When women were birds, we were carrion feeders, claws seizing the night. No nightingale songs for us. We wheeled over battles, picked the victor, the victim. Didn't matter to Odin whether their souls rested or rotted, but it mattered to us. We could decide by smile, by muscle, even by family. Sometimes death was too good. A more punishing path charted for them, where sulfur and smoke scorches forever. Spears pierced bodies, shields shattered, impotent swords slumped from hands now open, like their eyes, to the sky, a sky they never noticed before, full of circling shadows, our mercy no more than a beak tearing flesh, the sound of wings lifting and fading away. Thanks.
So my wife and I moved to Birmingham last summer, and I've been in the process as safely as possible exploring some of the local restaurants, etc. And there's a sushi restaurant here called Rock and Roll Sushi, where they have specialty rolls named after bands and artists and just kind of that sort of thing. So this first poem is called A Sushi Roll Named Axl Rose. It's got a little bit of Nashville in it too. If this universe is a simulation, who wrote the code for a sushi roll named Axl Rose? And why does the singer at Overtime Grill and Bar know Little Wing but not Dead Flowers? Why does McCartney's bass rattle my left back speaker when I turn up Rain on the drive to Piggly Wiggly? Then there's my mind, which needs the tether of sound, needs music to tuck under my skin and distract me from the lines of code I want to forget. 53 years of songs I carry like God's mixtape to the other side of the world and back to Elliston Place, where I choke on the myth of perfect soundtrack scenes under a marquee epitaph for the ones who left the game, the ones like Chip, who always told me to turn up my amp after we opened for him at a club now called The End. That's where I began. Black Squire Strat against my stomach, college radio sacrament in my mouth, everything loud to hide the fear which fell away when my body surrendered to adrenaline. Years later, Chip and I conjured planetary transmissions with guitars and effects pedals in a shed behind his house, a communion as noisy as the end of time, as fleeting as a final breath. Was the diabetes a cruel Easter egg? Sometimes I'm not sure if my memories are dreams or real moments. I vibrate at a frequency between the certainty of a clean mask I push against my face and the flux of all the songs I've heard only once. I wonder if I was in that shed at all, on that stage, ever heard a song called Dead Flowers. If all of this is a simulation, I expect an electric rainbow body when I die. My flesh disappeared into all the colors of sound, my code wiped clean and nothing left of me but the fading glow of a dusty vacuum tube. Thank you. This next one was written during the pandemic. It's part of a project that Matt Johnstone was doing called Enormous Rooms, response to the pandemic. It's got quite a bit of Nashville in it. It's called When Buck Owens Became My Spirit Guide. Are the streets of Bakersfield as desolate as Lower Broadway? Truth is, I don't know if downtown is empty now. I haven't been since New Year's Eve when I heard bands playing Skinner in two bars on the same block. Today, I picture a 1989 scene. Storefronts boarded and Saturday streets quiet as Sunday morning. Tootsie still the epicenter of a honky-tonk and diner streetscape before irony was on the menu and redneck chic was in fashion. Before the Italian restaurant on the corner of 3rd and Church became a bodega. Before I lugged a guitar and nervous energy up the stairs to the Silver Dollar Saloon one last time as tourists pushed into the downstairs for Hard Rock t-shirts and keychains. Before I touched my face 1,000 times while not touching my face and skate the fragments of another afternoon drift. A Bear Jr. Pixies cover, frozen chicken tikka masala kati pockets, conversations with a deaf cat, squirrel fence view from a satellite desk and daydreams of tubes and domes and hologram hugs. I remember how that back road ferry smelled on an August night. Buck Owens' lunch in another country. Every song is a corner turn into a neighborhood I let burn behind me. These are the liquid days of our separation. Now we split the blanket down the middle with 6 feet between, buy tortillas and queso through a cantina window, and curb sit margaritas like a lost fare has crashed our streets for the long night on its way to yesterday. The billboards have changed, the sidewalks too. Have I?
Oh, thank you. I'm grateful to be here. It's wonderful to
Nice
listen.
to see you. I'm sure your
Yeah.
garden is starting.
Oh, yes, yes.
Wonderful garden and fruits.
Thankfully, the season is turning warmer. My beginning poem actually mentions such. I was thinking of the coming Mother's Day and the change of weather for which I am so appreciative. And I thought I would start with this one called Liliest.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Mother, throw me on the back of your bike again. Lay me down in the flowers for a rest. Let the tiger lilies tickle my eyelash web threads, strings of perception tendriling out into etheric shoots of light-soaked resplendence. Let me daydream about water, the bath from which you birthed me, the balloon burst and gushing, the banded socks high on your calves, your thighs bloodied and triumphant, bowing. Let us sing about swimming, about drinking from the fountain, about everything that can be made into a song. The mulberries are ripe and the ducklings waddling. Lay me down again and let me wake upon your gaze. Let the water not stain us. Let our eyelashes cast each their lines and meet mid-air, mingling in star lilies. Thank you. That is that one. And, I so appreciated hearing from you, KB, an ekphrastic inspired by an offering from Sandy Coomer. I have one as well. I'm going to share, and this is from the 2020 Vision Anthology on the Czech Republic, and with photos by Terry Price. This one quotes Czech poet Miroslav Holub, who shares my birthday, September 13th. This is Figure 2. This she can do. Pour wine in a plastic cup, nails on, coral red, lashes on blackest black. Watch, she tells the tourists, teaches them where to look. This is the trick. Don't look at the plastic. Look at the contour and the content, not out the window, but through it. The coral red tip off. Here, to take the edge off. Red wine, a bat of blackest black. She smells the animal of her now. Every time she turns her head, she catches a whiff. When the happiness visits, she pets it, like an animal, tentative. Risk a wrestle, forget herself, let her teeth show out. The coral bleached now, she smiles down, teaching them where to look, pouring down. Watch, she tells them, sweetened by the sun, flavored by the night. Perhaps woman is too pure. That is why she must suffer, saying that she wants to bite babies. Just a nibble, innocent in its dissonance, this preemptive dethroning. Watch, she tells them. The butterfly pursues the man who stole the flowers. Perhaps her blood flows too free. That is why it must flow so easy. Flick, flick, catching tourists. Craft plastic bits into dazzle and lull with coral red flourish. Red wine center. Blackest black finish. Watch, she tells the tourists. The empty-handed traveler sings before the robber. Let them reveal what they want. Think she doesn't know anything but this trick, always the one. She smells the animal of her now. She must not pull it out. Watch, she tells them. A black rain trickles down like sperm or something. A blinkless ocean of restraint. Behind every rivulet, a black rain pours into the hollows. Whalebones buttress her templed face. Fly the flagging cathedral of stain. Watch. I am useful. I leak. Watch, she tells them. They are telling time by each other, the cannon and the chronometer. Blackest black, time for wine. This grape was born before I, and I watched it ripen before parsnips took our places. Thank you. Ultrasensory perception. At 7 to 19 hertz, the frequency at which our eternal alarm system sounds of a tiger's growl, the rumble of an old furnace, the eye's vibrations trigger hallucinations, leading to paranormal investigations. The color red has emotional associations. The moon pulls the tides of women and oceans. Our intuition may be decoding eons of education tucked away in our DNA. Our instinctual reactions may be rerouted by intellectual responses. We've gotten it wrong before. We repeat history with every star-fueled molecule we ingest, every watered-down conception forged by conquest, every sound we see. Thank you.
Last night rainstorm. So this one I wrote today, walking into my garden, saw the apple tree in full blossom, but all the petals were strewn around. And so a rainstorm has passed last night quietly in my garden. Branches bowing, heavy and wet. The apple tree full of blossoms, showering speckles of white and pink, soft petals strewn everywhere, magical as they float in the wind, caressing my face tenderly, each one whispering, "Isn't life lovely?" Thank you.
This is from my new manuscript, a collection of epistolary poems. Jack Dan. Dear Jack, I squashed a bug again the other day, one from the crowd that buzzes round my head. I feel like I'm an overripe banana. The biggest bugs are easiest to kill, so they go first. The little ones ignore my slapping hands. I swat at them and hit or miss. They come again, remind me one more time of careless words, a meeting skipped to network someone else. If I forget, these gnats revive once more until I kill them yet again and one more time. So now I think I've killed the last of them that bore your name. We'll see. Perhaps this time they won't return.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. So this is Catherine Adams, a singer, songwriter, and poet. She's going to perform for us and give us, the poets, some tips on songwriting and hearing the music in the poets. So let's welcome her. Welcome, Catherine.
Hi, thank you for the welcome. Well, I've been writing music. My name's Catherine Adams, and before 1996, I could not write music. I sang in choirs. When I was 8 years old, I learned the piano, which gave me a really good foundation for learning music. But that was only 1 year that I took when I was 8 years old from a German maestro who was very strict. But then after that, I kind of taught myself. Anytime I was close to a piano, I would sing or play and then later I was instructed on being a piano teacher. So I taught myself how to play with the guitar. Then I had some lessons along the way, but music has been my world, my whole life. I'm consumed with everything music. So back in 1996, I went through some trauma in my life, and it prompted me to seek my higher power, God, and through that seeking, I had an incredible experience. And 3 days after that, this is what happened. And as I was thinking about telling you guys what happened, I decided to write it in a poem. So here it is. So I wish I could tell you all the ways I write music in a magic formula that would turn you all into poets and songwriters instantly with my magic wand. That is what you wish to do. So I could walk you through how I write poems and lyrics for songs. In my case, I consider a gift a true miracle. My first song, I was awoken in the middle of the night by a symphony playing an incredible melody, and I realized I had never heard it before. So I got to my keyboard and picked it out and wrote the notes on music composition paper. Sometimes I record the melody and words together on my cell phone or computer voice recording. But there is rhythm in poetry as well. And most poems rhyme. So I write a story or keep a notebook, and you can't manufacture inspiration. This is the poem I wrote. Okay. I was woken, yet partly still in dreams. I was in heaven, or so it truly seemed. A choir, a symphony, a melody sweetly filled my soul. It filled my heart to the very depths and made my poor heart whole. It was a song inspired by heavenly singing, yet it was a new creation as I birthed it into being. The melody flitted softly, delicately through my thoughts. The melody strangely familiar, yet I knew I had never heard it before in this earthly realm. I get up to my instrument, my piano, to catch it before it flitted away so it could be caught. A connection with the whole infinite of the universe, aided me with each chorus and verse. Never before had I ever written poetry or song. To this group of artists I had never belonged. Now I am the instrument through which it was co-created, sparked by the divine. But the wonderful, fragile gift and beauty is that it is one of a kind, uniquely mine. It is a psalm of worship, of praise and hosannas, heaven or song or deep pain. From lost love forgotten, lost song of love past or present, not to be seen again, or love, song of eternal love. It takes many forms. It sometimes reads as a poem in the spoken word, or a song with rhythm and melody to be sung and heard. It tells a story of a memory so sweet and dear, so unique to the ear of each that will hear. It touches the heartstrings in yours or another. Change a heart, lift a spirit, it yields its power. Or it can destroy how it's used. The listener would be wise to choose the message they would like to hear. The poet's pen, set to prose in word or song, has the power to sway emotion and coerce. As a singer, I must learn it. To perform it, I must rehearse. To affect the world for better or for worse. Now I have a radio station, a wavelength always in my mind, to tap into when aware. I have a word or thought, inspiration is fleeting. Crystals of light, flashes of insight that burst into my mind's eye can enlighten and brighten if expressed, or hurt and burden if suppressed. A never-ending source that will never run dry. Don't let it pass you by. It flows through the river of time. Now I think in rhyme. Like a river constant flowing, like catching a fish on a hook to catch the beauty that is there. I must stop and take the time, or it will never be mine. It takes courage to open and to share. Each person is unique, and the songs will not be the same. Each voice is important, whatever creed, nationality, or name. The good, fleeting thought, oh, I wish I could remember. They are like nuggets of gold shining in bubbly water below that need to be dug and sifted to behold. Or a spark in a fire that's a dying, burning ember. If it's famed with breath, will catch and burst into flame. Captured and shared by these, we will be remembered by name. Catherine Adams. That was my expression of how it feels to write poetry, and how I got my first song is so exciting. And it still excites me, especially, it is like birthing. I've had 3 children. And when I get in the studio and I record a song, it's just as exhilarating to me as when I hold a newborn baby in my hand. It brings tears to my eyes. It is truly a miracle every time. It never gets old. So I wanted to share with y'all a poem that a friend of mine wrote. Her name is Patricia Leonard. And she's really gifted, and it's called Miss America. And so I wanted to play that for y'all and sing it too. But just a little bit, I'll tell you some of the words to it. It's called Miss America by Patricia Leonard, Catherine Adams, and Nathan Probe. A little girl dreaming of a title and a crown of gold, moving forward with belief as each step unfolds, awaiting her runway with the timing untold, living, never losing track of her future goals, watching people search for love, warring with hate, mixed up and confused about their unknown fate, marching forward to a battle command. Why struggle for freedom for country or man? I, Miss America, pledge my service to thee. This land created for you and for me. A place where all can express and thrive. A country where hopes and dreams come alive. Now years have passed away, many changing scenes. A nation once birthed in morals and dreams. Destruction of values, polluting of streams. God save this country, the land of love and dreams. I, Miss America, still pledging to be forever honoring this land of the free. So I wanted to play that for y'all. Give me just a minute. I got to get to it.
And you put the music to it, right?
Yes. This is the recorded version of the song. So I did. I put the music, I had her bring it, and I can hear rhythm. I, Miss America, pledge my service to thee, this land created. And then I heard the melody. And I don't know how I have this gift, but it seems to come pretty natural to me. And I know, as I was expressing in my poem, that it comes from the universe, from God. It's a gift of, because he loves it when we create. And he gave us this world as a blank canvas. It's our, and there's music in the airwaves. Just like you can't see music over the radio or hear it. Some people can hear it, some people can't. I hear this music in the airwaves. So, and I really don't know how to give someone that gift. You can ask God for it, okay? That's all I got. And it says in the Bible, it gives us the desires of our heart. So if you really would like to do this, ask him about it. You know, he wants us all to have fun, not just me.
Thank you so much for asking me to participate in Tennessee Poets Day. I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah, because every year we had it at the Williamson County Main Library Conference Room. So it's been, you guys have been a big part of it too. So
well,
I don't want to miss you guys. And
yeah, guys too. Hopefully next April we'll be able to go back to a more normal setting.
Yeah. Hopefully. So thanks to technology and Zoom. So
I know. I've wondered during the the Spanish flu, as they call it, the 1918 flu.
Yeah.
What did they do without Zoom and cell phones?
Exactly. Exactly. Even
it's been. I think it's been. Even though it's been difficult for us, I think it's been easier for us than they had it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, we are so much blessed to be able to still connect.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, what would you do? And if not for that, we wouldn't explore all these options of Zoom and all this technology. Which I think in the long run is helpful too, because there are a lot of older poets who can't come to the critique group or open mic poetry and all that. So I'm thinking, I guess you're probably already on Zoom, right? I had some programs I connected with.
Yeah, we have been using GoToMeeting. We have a GoToMeeting subscription that we've had for several years. And we've used it more for staff meetings, and we've used it for programs. We've used it quite a bit this last year.
Okay, yeah. So that's wonderful, to be able to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And already be somewhat familiar with how all this works. That's been a help.
Yeah, we had to figure it out. I think we had to cancel our interview last March. It was about talking about the last year's Poets Day.
Yeah.
And then it was supposed to be a physical interview at the studio. Then we had to cancel with the poet laureate because I was a little worried about her coming in and all that. And so since then, it's been like that. So yeah, so I think by end of March, I figured out Zoom, and because my husband and my son were having Zoom meetings.
Yeah.
I was like,
good.
Okay, yeah. So how are you guys doing this?
We are doing well. We're still screening, taking temperatures when people come in. We're looking at opening up and doing some in-person programs here, and some virtual programs.
Okay.
We will start that next month. And one of the things that we've been doing here is quarantining books as they come in.
Oh.
We've been using, the large meeting room that we would have the Poets Day in.
Yeah.
That's part of that's being used as a quarantine room.
Okay.
And then part of it is being used, you can actually section it off. So part of it is a quarantine room, and part of it is the screening room. It's our entrance now into the library.
Oh, yeah, you can come around, yes.
Yeah, so, it'll be good to open up at least one of those rooms, the quarantine area, and have a few more programs.
Okay.
Because we have our big summer reading program coming up, so we're trying to prepare for that. We did it all virtually. We did it all through GoToMeeting or Zoom last summer, but we're going to mix it up some this summer.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful, yeah. Yeah, so I think last March, then once I figured out Zoom, then I was reaching out to the poets, and so I wanted to start the open mic poetry and like weekly, so we have been doing that. So I think I had Tuesday and Thursday in the beginning, open mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had it at noon because I wasn't sure about the work situation for people. So it was going well because some people can make it Thursday, some people can make it Tuesday. Then I think eventually people started going back, like going to work.
Yes.
And kind of things settled down. So after that, we were having Thursdays 6 p.m. open mic. So yeah, and I think it's been good because it's kind of keeping in touch with other poets, and also it's an inspiration. So we had a
Oh,
few of us,
absolutely.
yeah, few of us come regularly, and there's others who would come in intermittently whenever they could, and they were looking forward to it. Uh, and also there was one of our PFTN poet, his wife was sick, and she passed away. So uh, through that, we were still having the open mic, and so it was a way of uh, keeping each other connected and be supportive. Even at times like that, I felt so thankful because we
Mhm.
were able to be there, you know to kind of support as fellow poets, even like a personal situation like that. We got, even the things like that. So, yeah. And I often think of Sally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a question for
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Poetry, as a rule,
Yeah.
doesn't get a lot of attention. So I'm glad that we have the poetry group here.
Yeah.
But what are your and some of the other poets' thought on the attention that poetry is getting now with Amanda Gorman?
Amanda Gorman.
Yeah, reading at the inauguration, and that being uh, such a widespread mega hit. What's been your groups and your thoughts on that?
That's awesome. And she even performed at the Super Bowl, I will believe, is
Did
it?
perform at the
Oh,
Super
so that's because inauguration, they have had poets come and do that. Usually younger ones. So I think Obama's inauguration they had it. But Super Bowl, I don't think so. So I
Yeah, it could very well be a first. I know I don't remember a poet.
yeah, because I have been uh, watching Super Bowl with my husband
Oh,
since the 80s.
yeah.
Yeah, we are big, So I was very happy for poetry getting some recognition, and she's awesome too. Like,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
uh,
Well, I think it demonstrates the power of words and the power that poetry can have.
yeah,
People think about, there's powerful songs that people sing in their heads or listen to
yeah,
on the radio. Well, that's a form of poetry.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the bass is kind of you
Yeah.
can see, especially country music. I always get that.
Oh, yeah.
Country music is like it's a lot of poetry there. Like you can, if you just say by words, a lot of them are like that. Beat, beat, beat.
I
Yeah,
think it's exciting the attention that poetry has received at the inauguration and at the Super Bowl. For people that say words or poetry doesn't have a place, just needs to see that video of her at the inauguration and
yeah.
change
Actually,
people's mind.
I don't think that people little bit get scared. I think poetry because uh, it has it has to be like all time. Even the classic poets, not all of them were tough to read. There were some, but not all of them. Like it, a lot of poets are easy. Carlos William, Carlos. and many others, Mervyn and Richard Wilbur and Emily Dixon, all those poets, they're easy to read. And so
Yeah, and
you
I'm glad
get
you.
a little scared.
Yeah.
But I often watch this main prime time like news and videos. And they interview all these actresses and actors, and I'm wondering, why can't they get a poet? Why can't they get a poet? Why not? There's so much. Even around like our county, there's a lot of poets in Nashville and
Yes.
Tennessee. We have so many good poets. So there's no dearth of good poets around. So I hope they will start doing that and recognize.
Yeah, me too, because it's if one thing was illustrated at the inauguration in this at this time of division, words and poetry can be very inspirational.
So yeah, this is that's a good question. I hope it becomes mainstream, and they why interview all this. Sometimes I feel why what's great about these people. Sometimes even I think
Yeah. Well, and I think people are a little scared of poetry and writing poetry or reading poetry because some of it is complex. And then, as you mentioned too, there are some poets very straightforward.
Yeah.
Has and the poetry has a very strong message. So it's both.
Yeah. So yeah, like Emily Dixon is very easy to read. Like the ones I mentioned, their wordings are very easy, but but the beauty of poetry is there. Like you can read it every time you read, you find new meanings to the poem. So that's the beauty of it. Like the interpretation, you find something different every time you read. You know, so. It's it doesn't age. It's always that's how I find poetry. Like you can go back to.
Absolutely. Some of my favorite Shakespeare is his soliloquies and poetry, and so absolutely there's some that's will be timeless.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I like about poetry, and also that's the reason I am at least, and I know other poets also feel that way. Like should be more recognized and to like. I feel that it's a great venue, a channel for getting out your emotions in a positive way. So, the reason of the program, Poets from the Neighborhood, and the Tennessee Poets Day, we opened, like when we did the open mic, open and free for public of all ages, we had 5-year-old and 7-year-olds come and read, and senior veteran, Walter came and read. Uh, so, at any age, you can express, it's a way of expressing your emotions and feelings. And so I think uh, I, I would love to see more young people encouraged to go into writing and so that uh, uh, there's a lot going on in a young mind.
Oh,
So
yeah.
to have a channel to express themselves will, uh, I'm sure, like even anger or frustration,
Yeah.
write it out in a poem. It will help a lot.
Well, and kids, I've seen this when I have read to young kids. There's a lot of children's books that have that rhyming rhythm. I do not like green eggs and ham. I will not eat them, Sam I am. And kids love that rhythm and that repetitiveness that some children's books have. Well, that's a good time to introduce them
Yeah.
to
So
poetry.
yeah. That's why I say no age limit. And we got, I think, for the first day or second annual, there were little ones came and read, and I was so happy because that's the motivation to like inspire. Even in the public, there's a lot of people, like even old people, senior people, they have a lot of stories to tell. And if we can somehow, some have probably the ability to write, but they never tried or they never got inspired. So that's kind of the motivation behind our program, that the one on the TV and the Tennessee Poets Day. And actually, Walter Tyson, and he sent the poem about his days in Vietnam. So he sent a poem. Oh my goodness. He said, I watched the program on TV and that inspired me to write it. But that poem was so awesome about the dog that they had to leave behind in Vietnam.
Yeah.
And we were in tears when the poem was read and recorded. So I was like, wow, because he got inspired to write it, and then he sent few more poems. So that was all worth it, and that's a big story. That's a very touching story that he wanted to get it out of his chest. And he said, I'm so happy I finally got to do this. And
I would think writing poetry is like writing, I think this is true with a lot of other fiction and nonfiction writers too. It's cathartic,
Yeah.
It's like gardening is to some people. It's a release. It's a way to express themselves that if they're not doing it, there's something missing.
Yeah, so it's like a good channel. And like you said, I was, as a child, I always inspired by the rhythm and of the wordplay and all that. And my mom used to like uh, encourage reading. So holidays, vacation, and we get this like higher than our face, like get it, and I finish it so quickly and go to the library. And the librarian was my friend.
Yes.
So she would say, would you like to come with me? I go, because holidays, nobody's there at the school and they have to catalog the thing, and she was the one. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm in the library reading, so keeping company for her. And then also poetry. My mom used to, maybe read and recite and push me to participate in contests. And so I got some awards, like, the regional oratorical contest and all that. But if she didn't push me, I don't know whether I would have gone to that level of, but I started to admire and read more poetry. And even as a child, if you are waiting for like the bus or for some food, there's food boutiques there locally. So sometimes we get food there. If we are waiting, my mom would ask me, oh, recite that one, recite this one. So like that, so it was how I think it, you do that, and then the rhythm and rhyme kind of thing that stick with you. So um, I didn't take it seriously. I never thought I would be a poet, scientist, of course, but poet and poetry books that I would have written, I never imagined. So, and I feel that I'm glad and I feel blessed that because through the pandemic, I think that kept me to kind of see the positive things. Like it makes you see the positive things, observe things, look at things differently, and so see the good things, even in the dire situations and all that. Uh, so you have to be motivated, inspired to be able to inspire others.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's what I have it as a motto in our little logo, because I realized, and Sally was an awesome person, and she inspired me. Apart from my mom, she's the one that made me really a poet, gave me the strength and belief in myself. Like, yeah, you are a poet, and she, the first one, said, "Poet."
I don't know of anyone that knew Sally that didn't love her.
Yeah, she's awesome, and
She
yeah,
was
actually,
a
yeah,
force of nature.
she is, and they used to have a Tennessee readout in April at the library. She, Nancy, Lewis called, so they must have had it for years. And I was a scientist; I was too busy with my stuff, and then one time I saw that in the library, in the Williamson paper about the critic group too. So they said, uh, bring something that you could read in 5 minutes. And I was like, oh, I wish I could write something that for 5 minutes that I could read. I never thought in million years that I would be going and doing that, but I wished I could. And it it became reality, and never it never in my mind as a scientist when I was in the lab and doing science and being faculty at Mendip, I never thought this is where I will be. No.
Yeah.
But so one time I wanted to read because I kind of started to write poetry to get my emotions out, because my I lost my mom in the 90s, way early than her time, kind of. So, and we were here, students, and you know how the visa things and all that. So I couldn't go. My kids were small.
Yeah.
So if you can't come back, things like that. And she always said, "Don't take a risk." So we were student legitimately here, but still, you never know, So, um, so I couldn't go, and then there was a civil war going in that country, Sri Lanka. Yeah, I was from at that time. Thankfully, it's all over now. So to get my sadness and emotions, I have been writing some poems. So one day I thought I should go and read because she passed away in April. So this was a poetry month, and they were having this. So I went and read what I wrote for my mom, and then I see Nancy Blum was in the front and Louis, and they were like going, like listening intently and responding. I was like, wow, okay, they're actually listening to my poem and responding. So that kind of gave me, made me happy. And that's when I first saw Sally, and she was like, she and Louis are the hosts, I think. And so Nancy said she's the tough critic, Sally. And so Sally was telling that about her books she was writing, that she and into history, and she jumps over the graveyard fences and all that to get to information. She's so I was like, wow. And so at the end, when I was leaving, somebody came and hugged me and stopped me, and it was Sally. I was like, she said, oh, you got some rhyme and rhythm going. You should write more. And we have a critic group, every other Saturday. Why don't you join us? I was like, oh my goodness, this is the one that I had saw. And here she is, the person who leads it, inviting me. People say that your thoughts make, send to the universe and it become reality. It's true, I think, like that happened.
Yeah.
Like, okay, then since she invited, I cannot deny. I had to go. So I had to write something, and I'm thinking, hopefully this will be okay. So every time, this is how she was like motivating me to keep writing, like make time for it. So she's a great motivator. And also the book, she said, Veera, I think it's time for you to publish, think about putting a book out, you know. So she said, I can tell my grandkids, my friend made a book. So then I had to do that because, yeah, she asked me. So this is the kind of thing that, make a difference in people's lives. She
Absolutely.
touched many people's lives.
Absolutely.
So, yes, and Poets Day and Poets from the Neighborhood wouldn't be here without her inspiration and motivation. Uh, Even though sadly we lost her 2 years back, her spirit lives on through what we are doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and Louis, Sally often say Louis is her mentor. So, so we are blessed to have her around. So, and she's going to be our. So we started open mic last March, and then close to end of summer, I was thinking maybe we should have a featured poet to inspire. We had regular people coming, and I thought we need some inspiration, some out, some input from different people time to time. So we started monthly featured poet, and had I had Corey Wells was our first featured poet in October. Then we had Jeff Hardin. So what happened was lot of conferences, poetry conferences, had to be cancelled, and some of them figured that they could have it through virtual, and by late summer and stuff they started doing that. So then I was able to attend a few of them, which in person I couldn't have, like New York, like you had to make an effort, we had to fly and all these things. But here it is, because of pandemic, they had virtual. you participate from home, wherever you are. So that was awesome and a great opportunity. And I met these poets from all over the world, and so connected. There's a chat box. So when they read, if I liked the type of poetry that I thought is good for our programs, so immediately I kind of sent a note in the chat like that. So that's how I met Imelda Maguire, who was our uh, January featured poet. And then Annie Taylor was another one. She's from New York. So, like that, the horizon expanded, even though we were locked down, kind of in reality. Um there was a expansion in virtual uh, realm, and which facilitated all this new way of connecting. And this wouldn't have happened if not for pandemic and finding out this other venues. We wouldn't have explored it. So there's a silver line to it. Like I said, there's some positive that.
All kind of new possibilities and opportunities.
Yeah. So it's kind of I'm thankful that um, we were able to connect. Otherwise, I don't think uh, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to fly and attend that conference, make time, and it cost and all that. So this actually made enriched our our environment, like our open mic and our connections got expanded and enriched. So it's kind of interesting, you know. So uh, and so we had chat, and really we had called each other and become friends.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's kind of nice.
Yes.
Yeah. And I was worried about Louis because we couldn't contact. I called, emails, and because nursing homes, you didn't know like what's going on, and I connected with her daughter, and she said Louis is doing fine, but they couldn't visit either. So that's kind of yeah. But only thing is, she's Louis types on the computer and all that, but to do Zoom, she would need help. So uh, at the facilities, they will be overwhelmed with whatever they are doing. You can't expect them to be helping for these things. So that was the thing, and luckily I kept checking with the daughter, and luckily 2 weeks back when I said called her daughter, she said, "Tonight I'm going. I got vaccinated, and my 2 weeks is up, and then I can go visit her."
Oh, good.
Yeah. Before that, for a few months, they were able to. Louis could come to the front lobby, and they could see her from outside. They can go and in the garden area and see each other and probably talk loud or whatever they could do. Yeah, so it's a awesome thing. So then I said, okay, would you be able to help her with the Zoom? And she said, yeah, I would. So I said, yeah, we were going to give her a lifetime award last year, and we are blessed, and she's doing well, and
Good.
thank God by the grace of
Yes,
God.
very good.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the award. I think you have the certificate.
Yes, I have it. Are you ready for me to read it or?
Yeah, yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. Poets from the Neighborhood Lifetime Achievement Award 2021 is presented to Louise Cullen, 5th Annual Tennessee Poets Day. Very exciting.
Yeah, so yeah, she's our senior most poet, and but she's very youthful in her thoughts, and her poems are awesome. Like, and sometimes she writes love poetry. We laugh. We are like, where does this come from? Like, she's so funny sometimes also. So very youthful and very alert in her uh, mind and thinking. She's a treasure. So we are so proud to do that.
Congratulations. It is well deserved to a very loved lady.
Yeah, she is. She is. And when we organize and set up the conference room, I think she's fragile, but she's like pushing the table. I'm like, Louis, no need, I'll do it. She's like, no, it's fine. And she's, she's up there trying to help.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
she's awesome. She's awesome. And we have one for the mayor.
Oh, very good.
He did the opening ceremony speech, and every time, and he's so lovely to listen to, and he's so inspiring. And
he's a great speaker.
Yeah, and he loves poetry, right? Awesome. So every time he reads some poem, and very nice of him.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So he is another treasure for the poets.
For the poets and for all of Williamson County.
Yeah, but for everybody, but he's a poet enthusiast, so we especially feel blessed. So he's somebody who appreciates poetry and loves poetry and all that. So we are doubly blessed in that way. And so we have Excellence Award, Chief Guest Speaker of 5th Annual Tennessee Poets Day. Is presented to Honorable Mayor Roger Sanderson.
That's very nice.
Yeah. And then we have one for Team of Excellence Award. And that goes to Williamson County TV.
Oh, that's great. They're a wonderful group to work with.
Yes, they are unwavering, like through the, we had to cancel in studio programs for some time and trying to figure out how to do it. And then, so then we started again in August, remotely via Zoom, and they have some other kind of remote programs recording. So that's awesome. So we were able to still bring Poets from the Neighborhood on WCTV. And in the interim, when we couldn't do it, Heather Rose was doing some slice of poetry, which is taking the poems that have been read on Poets from the Neighborhood and adding some visual imagery to them. And presenting it in a different way, which is awesome. And to do that, you have to have appreciation for poetry and really understand, you know, the poem and all that. And she's awesome. She does an awesome job. So here it is.
That's wonderful.
Team Spirit Award 2021
Yes,
for
I love it.
Heather Rose.
Yes.
And she, because it's, I'm sure it's, you know, there's a lot of things have to come together to put that slice of poetry. So she had been doing that through that interim time, several wonderful slice of poetry that she had put out and keep the poetry going while we figured out how to
Yeah.
read it. Yeah, and even now through the Tennessee Poets Day programs, when I said that we could do a virtual one and how they can help, and they were ready there. So that's why, you know, willing to do whatever they could do to help bring this virtually. Creed Henderson.
Oh yeah.
Director,
Yeah.
and the Heather and Lance and Michael. Michael was an intern, have been coming to the Tennessee Poets Day recording in on site.
Oh, okay.
I think from the first annual, and I think it kind of coincided with the Franklin festival, downtown festival. So you are not sure whether the crowd is going to be, more or less because it's clashing. And so he's like, oh, this is, the first time. It will get better and better every year. Like, he was so nice. He's like so very positive and so a good team.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And then there's one for David M. Harris, another poet. He's
David Harris.
David M. Harris. He's one of our poets from the neighborhood, poet and team advisory team member, and he's been very consistent and helpful, and any ideas I come up with or anything, or ask him, brainstorm, and he's there, and too. And he brought in Michael Foran as a featured poet because he's a New Yorker and he had been in the publishing thing. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. So he's hidden treasure also.
The only other one that I see is the one Leadership Excellence Award with your name.
Yeah.
Poets from the Neighborhood Leadership Excellence Award 2021 presented to Vera, 5th Annual Tennessee Poets Day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Little pat on the shoulder.
And much deserved for all the hard work you do, not just for this day, but for all year long for the local poets. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And that's a big, what do you call, I don't know, it's for Sally and my mom.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Inspiration.
Yeah, my inspiration and motivators, and who believed in me. So, and and Sally is a big part, and she trusted me to lead the Poets from the Neighborhood. She started in October 2013.
Ah.
And then by January, I think her birthday is January 5th. So we were meeting her and having brunch at Panera's on the Columbia Avenue. So that's when she was talking. And then, yeah. And then Victoria Closey also, she had an open mic poetry at the Landmark. So,
okay.
Yeah. So they wanted, yes. So I said, okay. Yeah. So then 2014, since then I have been, you know, leading it. And Sally had to move away also. And so by the time she was like always telling me, Vera, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Like that. And so it's always for me, it's Poets from the Neighborhood is her baby. And I cannot, ignore. I had to like nurture it. And if not for anything, it's for her. Kind of, like I can't fail.
Yes.
That's
motivation.
Yeah.
That's right.
And I'm inspired to inspire like how she did for other people. So it's an inspiration. And my mom also was an English teacher, so I have seen how
That's great.
Yeah. So then I want kids from young age, once they can start, they can get the rhythm and all that. Like they la 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 la. They do that all the time. So if we get them right there,
yes,
we can get a lot of points, because somehow it just goes away and people get a little scared. It's, oh, that's not for me, but it's not really true. So even when they are old, even if they're in nursing homes, I would love to see them, write poetry like Sally was doing that. It's, reading and trying to teach them.
Exactly.
Like that. So there's no age limit to poetry.
Absolutely.
And when you can start writing, you never know. It's hidden there unless some inspiration or somebody motivates you. And I'm blessed in that way, that I got my inspirations and people that inspired me, and the support that I had. And so, and I have here another three more words.
Oh, thank you.
Team Spirit Award. You never fail. You are always there, always happy to help.
Oh,
And,
yes. And like I said earlier, it's important.
So that's a Team Spirit Award presented to
Thank
Little
you.
Screen Walk at 5th Annual Poets Day. And then we have Catherine Adams.
Oh, yes.
And she's a singer-songwriter, and so she performed songs for Tennessee Poets Day, and gave a little talk, tips for poets to about songwriting.
Oh, good.
Find how to look for music in poems, and her experience for us to like. And she's one of our regular open mic poet attendees. Like, she's very inspired person. And
that's wonderful.
Yeah. And then we have another excellence award for Jeff Hardin. He's a renowned local poet. He teaches at Columbia University, Columbia State.
Columbia State College.
Yeah, community college, and he is very inspiring poet and a teacher, great teacher. And this is his second craft talk for our Tennessee Poets Day, and he did that, gave a craft talk in second annual Poets Day, and we had a large crowd. People love him, and
Good.
yeah. So and so this time we are doing virtual, and that was nice of him because April is not easy for teachers teaching.
Oh,
So,
yeah, I would
even
think
students. That's another thing that is kind of little bit affecting our Tennessee Poets Day open mic program. I'm wanting a lot of youngsters to come in and all, but it ends up being in exam time.
Yeah.
You know, because when I go to send the flyers, get permission and get the flyers to schools and talk to teachers, they are very enthusiastic and give out the word, and like to let the students know. And but the students, it's an exam week, so it's hard to for them to come and do that while in the middle of exams. So that's another thing, but it doesn't make sense to have on another month, because this is National Poetry Month and celebration of poetry. So that's why we do in April. So this time we did virtual, and so he was talking about his poetry craft talk is on brokenness of lines. Yeah, so that is something that lot of, because poetry is, you can write it in many ways, different types and all that, and there's always a question of when do you break the line, especially poetry. It's not some of them are like, you can tell a story through poetry, and when you do that, sometimes the lines, where do you break, is a question.
Yeah.
Usually the most poems kind of flow and it's fine, but there are sometimes it's a question. And also you can play with making it mean different things by breaking at different places of a line.
Yeah.
So he gave a really good talk about that, because poetry is also a word play, I think people who love Scrabble should try, because if they love words,
That's true.
if they love words, I'm sure they if they haven't tried poetry, they should try read poetry and try to try writing. A lot of wordplay, and so he was teaching. So I hope people benefit from that, because it will be airing on April 24th, Saturday, and so his talk is all full talk is there, and he also present the slides. So we did. He did share the slides. So while he's talking, so that would be a great, learning, inspiring venue. So that's all the awards we have for this year.
Well, I appreciate you sharing them with me and giving me the opportunity to talk about the community and talk about poetry.
Yeah, yeah, of course. And you have been part of it, and you know the people. You know Sally well and Louise, and we have had interviews with you together with Sally and me.
Yeah,
those are very memorable for me. That's like, you know, wonderful, blessed times.
Yes.
So you have been very uh, key part of the poetry community and very supportive, and you know, we are blessed to have you.
I think Williamson County is blessed to have you guys, and it's a privilege to work with you. And anytime you want to do a open mic program, we'll set that up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we were wondering who will come. When you came, we were wondering who the new librarian is going to be. A little hesitant, you like anxious and all.
We're kind of easing into it a little bit. We're not. We're going through. It's going to be some trial and error. It was just like when we shut down last March. We wasn't quite sure how that was going to go. It's kind of the same thing with opening up too.
Yeah. So, always, will they be supportive? Will they be whatever? But we are blessed. It's Dolores Greenwald, friendly and very supportive. So you're like very blessed. And the critic group continue to meet at the board room, right? That's a privilege.
Well, I'm happy that the writers critique group meets here, and I'm ready to bring everybody back.
Yeah. And we had the critique group at the library as well. And so that hopefully we can merge remote participation. Do you think that's a possibility? Like, because I'm thinking some people come from a little bit further from Nashville and distant places, so weekends, sometimes it's hard for them to make it. So if they can participate virtually, they can be at home.
And we could work something. We could use or something like that and do that.
Yeah, because I have been thinking this is awesome, because I know a lot of people that want to be there, but the travel time on a weekend, is time with family. So this will really help.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So and because of pandemic, we found all these new venues, and everybody now knows all this virtual way of interacting. So it will be easier to do
that's
that.
true.
Yeah, because you can do that with your phone too.
Yes.
So I'm excited about all these new possibilities that open up, so we can have more people to be able to participate, even from home. And so looking forward to
Me too.
yeah.
Me too.
Yeah. So to have things are getting better, and hope is, it was, there was hope, but now it's like it's becoming reality. It looks kind of promising, and
that's true.
yeah. So I'm sure by next year we will be able to have it on site Poets Day. And
Great.
maybe we can have the open mic also for people who
I
can.
would like to, yeah, we can, I would like to do that. And it would it would help promote what you guys are doing, you know. So
Yeah.
we'll we can look into doing that.
Yeah. So
Is there
if we
yeah.
can,
Is there anything else we need to cover?
No, I think we did pretty much all of it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. We have, so all of our recordings, so we had to have all these programs developed organically through the situation, like the open mic, finding ways to connect, and we did started the open mic, and it was going very well, more than that. Like I thought 2 days a week is a lot, then we still continued as one day, and then organically, we come up with ideas and did the featured poet. I wasn't even thinking of all this, maybe helpful for Tennessee Poets Day, but we were doing as a way of, we were kind of thriving. I think it's getting better and better, and we were, inspiring each other and doing more and more. So then, when thinking about Tennessee Poets Day and having a virtual one, and it was uh, great because we already had a lot of things happening.
Yeah.
And then we added other programs and open mic and invited people to read. And so there was a little organizing needed. And, you are there, and the WCTV team is there backing us up. The mayor is there supporting and ready to, uh, so we are blessed, and so that's key,
Well, I've got another meeting I've got to go to, so I need to go. But thank you so much for letting me participate and asking me to be a part of this.